just display. If we were able to see anyone who's a participant, basically on the board, but unless you're looking like normal in Zoom to see who's out there, I don't know if it'll show up on this.
So we won't be able to see the attendance?
I don't think we will, no. It doesn't normally come up. Pardon? Yeah. Well, we are at 6:01. I'm going to ask staff, are we ready to get started tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We are ready to go.
All right. Well, I'm going to welcome everybody to this joint meeting of the Cotati City Council and the successor agency to the former Cotati Community Redevelopment Agency for Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. And this is a very special welcome because this is our first live meeting in well over 2.5 years. Very nice to see everybody and hopefully be seen by everybody. And also, this is our first hybrid meeting. This is something somewhat new that a lot of jurisdictions are starting doing it. It has its challenges, but it has a lot of benefits. So I'll ask everybody in the audience to bear with us because I would be surprised if we didn't run into at least 1 or 2 technical hurdles throughout the night. But we'll do our best to make it work for everybody. So next, I'd like to jump to item number 2 and ask our city clerk if we could have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ford. Here. Councilmember Sparks.
Here.
Councilmember Moore.
Here.
Vice Mayor Harvey.
Here.
Mayor Landman.
And here. And before we move away from this, I'd like to ask as well, I do, if our city manager would be kind enough to introduce all the members of staff who are here tonight to present information to the public.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. So obviously myself, Damien Obid, City Manager. Next to me, or actually behind me, I'll start with. We have Michael Parrish, our Chief of Police. And then next to me, we have our City Attorney, John Bacher. We have JP Harries here, our Senior Planner. And we have Noah Hausch, who is our Community Development Director. Seated next to him is Angela Corder, who is our Administrative Services Director. And then finally at the end of the table there is Craig Scott, our Director of Public Works, City Engineer. And then across the room, we have Kevin Patterson, who is our Deputy City Clerk, and Sonia Sanchez, our Administrative Assistant, and star for Kevin to kind of keep all this going. It's quite a complicated television studio we have running now.
I can imagine. All I can say is Sonoma Clean Power is the only other agency I've been to meetings where they're trying to do this. And it hasn't gone 100% smoothly for there either. So we're up and running. We're doing good. We're in the race, I'd say. So with that, I'm going to ask everybody who'd like to join me to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Much smoother than Zoom.
It's a lot easier than trying to do it through internet delays. I was shocked. Thank you. All right. This brings us now to item 4, which is approval of minutes and notice of waiving of reading of all resolutions and ordinances introduced and or adopted under this agenda. This is an action item. So I'll begin as always by asking my colleagues if there's any additions or corrections to the minutes as written. I'm not seeing any at this point, so this is an action item, so I will open it to public comment, and I'll just make a statement. This is our first hybrid meeting, so what I'd like to do is we will likely, at this meeting or future meetings, have people in the audience locally, and we will also have people remote on Zoom. And what I'm going to do is alternate who I call on first to speak, and that way it gives everybody the best opportunity, I think, and it doesn't favor any particular class of attendee with the ability to always have the first word or the last word. And seeing if there's nobody in the audience, though, I'm going to go right to the remote viewers, if we could tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our attendees on Zoom tonight, if you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Landman, that will end public comment.
All right, thank you. So this, again, is the minutes for the November 8th, 2022 meeting, and I would be looking to see if there's a motion and a second for this.
Move to approve?
Second.
It was that close. Motion from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Ford, as we usually see, come to think of it. And thank you, Councilmember Ford, for coming inside with us from your regular position. That's appreciated. So we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ford? Yes. Councilmember Sparks?
Yes.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey?
Yes.
Mayor Landman?
And yes. All right, thank you. So this brings me to announcements, and bear with me, I do have a few things to read for the public. And I'll begin with our meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In accordance with the Brown Act and the adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items, where the City Council will consider the item and citizens are afforded the opportunity to provide comments relevant to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens' business item, which is the designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. The City Council may or may not choose to respond to comments, as the government code allows. However, if the City Council declines to respond, it should not be perceived as giving credence to or agreeing with any statements that the City Council or its members might feel are incorrect, misinformed, or purposefully biased. Next, Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. You can see details on the web at cotadicity.org. Next, citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to sign up with Nixle by downloading the Everbridge app from the iOS or Android App Store, or just simply by texting your zip code 94931 to 888-777. And finally, like always, we do love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or through info@cotadicity.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can still contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please do contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, Nixle, and Nextdoor. So let's see, this brings us to approval of the final agenda. This is another action item. I will ask the city manager if there's any changes. I will note first one small change to make in the packet. Item 11D is on our regular calendar. It's not a consent item, and that's just a simple misprint, but I wanted to clarify that for anybody. And with that, we'll see, are there any further changes, Mr. Obid?
No further proposed changes.
Perfect. Well, since this is an action item, I'll see first if we have any public comment remotely.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our attendees tonight on Zoom, if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Landman, that will end public comment.
Perfect. And we have no one in the room, so we won't do any local public comment. And since this is an action item for the sense of completeness, I'll ask for a quick roll call vote on this, please.
Councilmember Ford. Yes, shall I move it first?
That would help. Thank you.
I moved that we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right. We have a motion from Councilmember Ford. Thank you. And Vice Mayor Harvey?
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Mayor Landman.
And that's a yes here, too. And this is why we have 5 people up here and not just one. And sometimes that's hardly enough, huh? All right. This brings us to the consent calendar. Yet another action item. We have 3 items tonight, and I'll begin by asking first if any council member wishes to pull any of these 3 items for discussion or questions. Did I miss citizens' business? I did, certainly. I'm off to a rough start.
That's okay.
I did promise we'd have some technical problems tonight. I'm delivering. All right. So that takes us to approval of the final agenda. We are to citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar items. And I am remiss, the Vice Mayor is correct, because there's something I need to read first before we begin this. And that is that any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items or items listed on the consent calendar or any matter or matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda during this period. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2021-01, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. And as always, the mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. And with that, I will open to citizens' business remotely, please.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our attendees on Zoom tonight, if you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Landman, that will end public comment.
All right, thank you. So that does bring us back for consent. And as I mentioned, we do have 3 items. I don't believe anybody wanted to pull any of those, as I remember. We do.
Yes.
Good, okay. Which item are you interested in, Councilmember Sparks?
I would like to pull the urban agriculture item, please.
An urban ag, the item that would not die, is back. All right, so that's C. So we'll put that to our first thing on our regular agenda then. And we will, let me make a note. And we will do items just A and B on consent. So do I have a motion for that?
Move to approve the consent calendar items A and B.
Second, and I want to apologize. It was me who jumped an agenda item ahead at our last. My last motion was incorrect. It should have been a motion to approve the agenda. I misstated.
Like I said, it takes all 5 of us. We'll get there. And to be fair, we have a good excuse saying we're not only are we out of practice, but this is the first time this particular iteration of this council has actually got to do this We've become very accustomed to working together online and doing relatively smooth meetings, I believe, but it's a little different doing it here, so bear with us. So, all right, we have a motion and second for the consent calendar. We've already opened that to public comment, so I'll look for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks,
Yes.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey,
Yes.
Mayor Landman.
And that's a yes for me. All right, that takes us through consent now to item 9, which is our direction on future agenda items. And I will ask if anybody has any direction on future agenda items tonight. Going once, going twice, and no takers with that. So this brings us tonight to public hearings. And we do have 2 public hearings tonight. The first is item 10A, and this is an introduction to first reading of an ordinance that removes the use permit requirement for multifamily housing projects in the NM and NU residential zoning districts and revises the administrative procedures for appeals by the City Council. So I'll ask for our staff presentation on that, please.
Thank you, Mayor Landman, members of the council. My name is J.P. Harries. I'm a senior planner with the City of Cotati. And this is agenda item 10A. It begins on page 88 of your packet and is multifamily housing streamlining and discussion about city council appeals. The proposed ordinance in your packet is on page 105 through 114, and it proposes to do 2 things. The first is to remove the requirement for a use permit to develop multifamily housing in the NU, that's the Neighborhood Urban Residential Zoning District, and NM, which is Neighborhood Medium Density Residential Zoning District. And it also revises the administrative procedures for city council appeals of a either staff or planning commission decision. A little bit of background. You've discussed this item before. Back in March, we brought it to the Planning Commission, and we reviewed a suite of proposed changes to the land use code that would streamline multifamily development. And it included increased height without a use permit, increasing the land coverage of these higher density residential districts. And it also included a proposal to eliminate zoning in the NM and NU district. The Planning Commission recommended approval 3-1, and then it was heard by the City Council on April 26, 2022. And at that meeting, the City Council chose to move forward with part of the ordinance, which included the land coverage and the height, but chose not to include the eliminating the use permit in NM and NU district. There was at that time a discussion by the council members that they wanted to ensure that there would be opportunities for sufficient public comment and involvement by the council members in controversial projects if necessary, and they didn't want to, they just wanted to make sure that that opportunity remained. On May 24th, the City Council further discussed their concerns with relating to the proposed changes and discussed a few different items. One of them, it was to not go with a housing element program that we had adopted previously. That included removing it in the NU district. The other was an option to elevate all projects to the City Council, all multifamily housing projects to the City Council for design review approval. And I believe the council felt that would be burdensome. And then the other option was to look at the appeal language that would ensure that the City Council could review the projects that they were interested in. At that meeting, that was the direction to go back and amend the appeal language and bring it back as an ordinance, and also bring back consideration of the NM, removing the use permit in the NM and NU district. which is the ordinance that you have tonight. We presented this ordinance to the Planning Commission last night, and we had a good discussion about it, and ultimately they chose to recommend approval. That vote was 4-1. The discussion mostly focused, this is a very similar discussion that we had with the council and the Planning Commission previously, and that is the potential for certain projects to possibly have an effect on the neighborhood, and wanting to retain that use permit ability. So on packet page 109, which is part of the ordinance, this is the change. This is what the ordinance would do. It would amend what are our use tables, and it would eliminate the use permit requirement and change it to permitted. It's important to note that though it would be permitted, it does not make it a non-discretionary or ministerial process. Any application of this type would still have to go to design review, of which there is an abundance of findings that have to be made. It would still require, and larger projects would require Planning Commission review, and then those decisions could always be appealed up to the City Council by any member of the community. The largest effect of eliminating it would be to, it might limit the scope of what CEQA would look at. It would be more design review focused. And it would also, I think that's the primary effect. It would still require discretionary review by the reviewing body. And this map is on page 96 of your packet, and it does show the NM and NU zoning districts that would be affected by this ordinance. These are largely already developed properties. Many of them probably already have use permits when they were originally approved. Those use permits run with the land. The ones that are of this zoning that might be underdeveloped would be those along East Cotati Avenue, probably are the primary ones that you would see developed at a higher intensity than what's out there today. And then as a reminder, this was the direction from our general plan to staff that we pursued. And the first one, Housing Element Program 2-6, was titled Barrier Removals for Multifamily Development. And this directed the city to remove two barriers. One is this amendment to remove the use permit requirement in the NU district, and the other was to look at parking. We're not doing that tonight. We're just focused on the zoning change. The other was Program 3-9, which again recommended removing the use permit requirement in the NU zoning district. The other action item came out of the land use element, and it gave more broader direction, but it directed the city to find methods to streamline and simplify the process for reviewing projects and look for opportunities to reduce redundancies and delays. And I would say this is it was this element that led staff to include NM in the proposal. Our feeling was this land had already been zoned for it and analyzed for that type of development, and we felt it was a reasonable amendment to include in the ordinance. So in May, you discussed the appeal section, and what we heard was there was a desire to amend the appeal section to eliminate the directed referral section, which we felt was somewhat problematic in that it gave one council member the ability to direct who would review a certain project. We weren't certain it would be successful if challenged. And, and we proposed an appeal language, and the feedback we heard from the council was they wanted that language, but they wanted it to be more clear about how you would initiate an appeal, as well as the process for getting it on the agenda and having the opportunity to speak about it. So in the ordinance, it creates a new section of the zoning code, which would, and it does, this is kind of laying out for you how it would work. So after a director or planning commission decision, any member of the council could send an email or a letter to the city manager requesting that this item be, and that the request of an appeal be placed on the agenda for the city council. You're in doing that request, you would be making just one statement, and that is that you feel that the project could have a material effect on the quality of life in Cotati. That language, that verbiage is very common. It wasn't something we made up. It kind of comes from a lot of appeal sections, and it's intended to preserve your, or make sure you're not biased in appealing. If you do have a bias, you would probably have to recuse yourself from the discussion. So then, because of that, it becomes a de novo review. You'd be looking at it new because it is a project that you feel would could have an effect on Cotati, and it needs to be elevated to a higher body. The city clerk then would place it on the next available agenda. So 10 days, you have 10 days to which to do it, and then the city clerk would place it on the next available agenda. It may not be the very next hearing, but it would be the next available agenda item. And after that, you would have the opportunity, it would be on the regular agenda. You'd have an opportunity to discuss it. There probably would be sideboards that our lawyer would help you make sure that you don't go too far into reviewing the project at that particular moment in time. And it would require a majority vote of the city council to decide, yes, we want to appeal this action. This process also follows very closely the actual appeal process that exists in the code. So directors' decisions are appealed to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission decisions are appealed to the City Council. That benefits you because if you wanted to appeal a director decision, you would have the benefit of hearing what happens at the Planning Commission. If you still didn't like that Planning Commission decision, you would initiate the appeal again. It would rise to your body. And that is really the meat of the ordinance, and we recommend adoption of the ordinance. Again, it's on page 105 through 114 of your packet, to remove the use permit requirement for multifamily housing located in the MU, NU, and NM residential zoning districts, and revise the administrative procedures for city council appeals. And with that, I'm available for questions or comments.
That's a perfect segue, because in the very last seconds of your comments, you actually answered the one question I had. So I'll look to my colleagues and see if you have any questions. We'll start with the Vice Mayor.
JP, something you said kind of maybe confused me a little bit, because you said that most of these are already developed lots, which implies that this is only applicable to undeveloped lots. Is that true or not true?
Not true.
Okay.
It would apply, if they were a developed lot, they could still rebuild the lot.
Okay.
Do a tear down rebuild. It would still be permitted. You still have to go through design review, but there wouldn't be the use permit findings that you would have to make.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that, because that kind of threw me a little for a loop. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the council? Councilmember Ford.
We've got one on each piece, JP. So first question is about the use permit requirement. And can you talk about the intersection of that with our housing element? Like, is it important that we do this as part of the current housing element submission? Or Director House?
Well, it is a program that we adopted, and Noah could give you a better sense, apologies, of how it's weighing in on what's happening today with housing elements and the state.
Well, yeah, the council is very well aware of the kind of the climate that housing element review is in today, and you'll recall when we discussed this item previously, there was a concern that if we were not implementing our 5th cycle housing element programs, first of all, they would have to roll into the 6th cycle housing element, so we would have to include it in the current draft that we just submitted to HCD last Friday, and also there may be some concern on the part of the HCD staff as to our commitment to implementing our housing element programs.
Great, thanks. The second question is on the appeal process, and I just want to get some clarity about what the discussion topic would be at council at that first meeting. Is the topic just, will this project have a material impact on quality of life in Cotati, or whatever the verbiage is in the ordinance? Is that what the council has to vote on, or because that seems like a tricky discussion. How do you have this discussion about whether you want to appeal without reviewing the project?
Yeah, happy to. JP, is the intention to actually put on the agenda, the face of the agenda, consideration of whether to appeal the item? Or would it just...
That's the way it's drafted,
Okay.
yes.
So that would give you some flexibility to talk about the agenda item. It would be an agenda item, right? So you could talk about it. There's a fine line, though, between talking about whether to appeal it and offering views on it before the hearing is held. So we haven't really figured out exactly how to cabin that and what suggestions we would have. But basically, the question is, is this something important that we want to have the council hear? And so that's how I think I would counsel you to look at it. But where that line is exactly in an individual case is going to be hard to identify. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful.
Yeah, did you have a chance yet? No? Go ahead.
As a follow-up to that, I think some of the discussion that we were concerned about is some of the housing projects that we've had over, the last decade. That is one of the things that brings people out and gets people excited about, if you will, is things happening, right within their neighborhoods and things. So I think that some of the discussion had to do with allowing the public an opportunity to be able to discuss and come before us and say what some of those impacts are. Because other than that, they don't really have an opportunity to do that. So I think that, again, having seen some of these projects, with a lot of people at design review and then a lot of people at planning commission and then a lot of people, at city council, I think that giving the public that opportunity, we may go one way or the other depending upon, what the outcome is, but it does provide that public input opportunity.
All right, any further questions for staff? I'm going to open it to public comment, and I'm going to start local because I do have at least one person here now. No pressure.
I'm good, thank you.
I think he officially has to ask you, but
Sorry.
That's all right. Let's go to the remote and see if we have anybody who'd like to participate there.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our attendees on Zoom tonight, if you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Landman, that will end public comment.
All right, let's close the public hearing then and bring this back for discussion and a motion. Anybody like to lead off with any discussion on this? Any comments? I'm just going to say briefly, I understand the concern in this. It's interesting that things evolve over time. It's very true this council has spent the last, I'd say 13 years, maybe, Vice Mayor Harvey, with a focus in trying to see where we could streamline rules and make it easier for businesses, developers working in this town, while still maintaining the values that differentiate Cotati from other cities, perhaps. And a tricky process, but I think we've made a lot of inroads in that, and I think it was a good thing to do. It's sometimes, at least in this particular arena, I have the sense that mission may be accomplished. I know when we first discussed this several years ago, it seemed somewhat innocuous, logical, and it fit in with the direction we had been trying to do comfortably enough. And now, as we sit here with some of the many changes that have occurred in relation to local control over housing, zoning, and what happens in our cities, and ultimately the public's control over that, I don't think that comfort level was certainly not quite there for me. I think if we were back at that initial discussion in our general plan update, I might feel different, but we've made that direction. I am comfortable personally with the two protections we do have in here. The one that this isn't just something that automatically happens. It's not a ministerial process, and it has to go through a notice public meeting, either with the Planning Commission or the council. And the fact that also we have the protection if we have an unusual use case where zoning sometimes occasionally fails, where you have zoning districts that abut and perhaps create some things that are incongruous and could damage, have some problems for Cotati's, what's the description here, quality of life in Cotati. We have that protection of a council being able to appeal that. And I think with that, this is the best place we can be right now for me. So for everybody that has reached out and contacted, I hear your complaints. I don't think they're unfounded, and I think everybody is cognizant of that. But with this, I think we're in as good a place as we can, and we have protections still. It's just a slightly different way of approaching it. So that's my take, at least. So if there's any other discussion, I'm open to that. Vice Mayor Harvey.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that one of the things that has happened of late is a lot of changes in housing and a lot of dictates coming down from the staff. And I think we've tried our best to try and educate folks within the community, but the reality is this streamlining and changes in zoning and what people can and can't do is not something that people are readily familiar with. And so any opportunity that we can utilize to help educate them on what is within our control and what's not in our control, I think that we have to do that because, you know, people don't necessarily want to have surprises, and, you know, we have to help with that education. So I think this is at least a step in that direction, and hopefully it will be the appeals process maybe will never have to be used, but it's nice to have that tool in the toolbox in case it's necessary, because I have seen on some projects, and I'm sure, Ben, you've seen from Planning Commission, there are some projects where we get tons of phone calls and letters, and, you know, giving people that opportunity to at least, you know, have their piece, I think is appropriate. So.
Can I ask the Vice Mayor for a quick clarification?
You
said
sure can.
dictates coming down from
From the state.
state. Okay, good. I misheard you as this from the staff.
Oh, no,
So,
state. No, I don't think they do.
Well, they can strongly suggest. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I think that's fair play. Any comments, Councilmember Sparks? Are you good? All right. So with that, then, if we've had a chance to comment on this, I'd be open if somebody would like to move introduction or first reading of this ordinance as described in the packet.
Okay, I would move the first reading of an ordinance amending section 17.22.020, allowable land uses, and chapter 17.84, appeals of the Cotati Municipal Code to remove the use permit requirements for the proposed multifamily projects located in NM, neighborhood medium density, and NU, neighborhood urban residential zoning districts, and revise the administrative procedures for appeals by the City Council.
All right. Do we have a second for that tonight?
Second.
And a second from Councilmember Sparks. Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks,
Yes.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey,
Yes.
Mayor Landman.
And that's a yes for me. So thank you. That carries unanimously and brings us to our second public hearing of the evening, item 10B. And this is adoption of the 2022 California Building Code. And it's on packet page 115. And if we could have our staff report to get us started, please.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Just briefly, this is, as you mentioned, an update to the California Building Code. This is a 3-year cycle. The state updates the building code, and the local municipalities are required to adopt an ordinance to implement that code locally. and are allowed to make modifications. The code, you can be more restrictive, you cannot be less restrictive than the state. And the council recall there was some directive to adopt a few of the optional appendices, including the tiny home appendices, to allow some flexibility for future construction, should those types of, or that type of construction benefit from some of the flexibility, and it's primarily around staircase dimensions and lofts for in the future. And then there was some direction provided to the by the council to staff to come back with some information on what the code includes regarding EV charging. Staff has not prepared that today, but we will come back with a future item with a recommendation to implement the policy direction, which was also to explore reach codes as well. So we'll package that and plan to come back in the early 23 after this gets implemented. With that, that concludes my presentation, unless there are any questions from the council.
Well, let's see if we have any questions. Looking to my left, looking to my right. Short but very thorough, because I have no questions for you. Let's see if we have any public comment. We'll start with our remote viewers, if we could. Or rather, open the public hearing with our remote viewers.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our attendees on Zoom, if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Landman, that will end public comment.
And we'll just check and see if we have anybody locally who'd like to speak in this item.
Kay Rivers.
So, hi. I just wanted to say I think it's great that this decision is made around ADUs. I have one, and it actually helped me and my family to be able to buy a home here in Cotati, was knowing that we could have that rental income to help us pay our mortgage. So thank you for making that easier.
And thank you. All right,
that will end public comment.
So that then closes the public hearing, and I'll bring it back to the council to see if there's any further discussion or if somebody would like to move adoption.
I would move that we adopt an ordinance to update and amend the California Building Code to implement changes for the 2022 building code cycle.
I would second that.
Okay, motion from the Vice Mayor and a remote second. I think our first ever remote second for the Cotati City Council from Councilmember Moore. Thank you, Councilmember Moore. All right, can we have a roll call vote, please, on that?
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Mayor Landman.
And that's a yes for me. So that carries unanimously. Let's jump back here. So this takes us to our regular agenda. So the first item now, with the adjustment we've made, is our second reading of an ordinance to amend the city's land use code to facilitate urban agriculture. So I'll ask for a very short presentation on this from the staff, and then I'll go right to Councilmember Sparks.
Council will recall at the last hearing, we presented an ordinance after about a year's worth of deliberation and discussion and outreach on the urban agriculture ordinance. It was approved or introduced as the first reading, and tonight's presentation, or tonight's item, was a second reading.
All right.
I'm happy to answer any questions. That concludes my
And
presentation.
I think that's a perfect way to do it. Let's go right to you, Laura.
Great, thank you. I had two questions. One is very quick. On packet page 77, the roosters seem to require a use permit now in the open space OSR district.
So any rooster use previously required the use permit, and so that was carried through to the OSR because any uses in that district require a use permit anyway, and one request for a use permit can be used as a blanket request
so
for
they're not
any
going to
element.
have to spend $4,000 to have the rooster there.
Correct.
Okay, I thought that would be quick. Page 83 was my main question. In our last meeting, we had requested some language to clarify that these neighborhood pre-application meetings would not be required for urban agriculture uses. And I went back and forth between the draft from last meeting and this one, and I couldn't see any differences. So I wanted to see, did I miss it? Was there some language added in some other location to clarify this?
It was intended to address the comment brought up by council, and because I did not draft this, I don't have a red line version readily available. But that direction was absolutely taken from council and anticipated to be implemented.
Can I, just for once, this is on section 14, right? The pre-application neighborhood meetings that we're talking
Yeah.
about.
That's what we're looking at.
Under item 2, it's under item B, under section 14. Item 2C, I think, is what you're looking for.
There it is. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry I couldn't find that going through back and forth. Okay.
You know how I say that's why there's 5 of us?
Yeah.
That's why we also have a staff, too. So, all right. So if we have no further questions with that, then let's see. Let us go to public comment on this, and then we'll bring it back to the council. And we'll start with the remotes, if we could.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our attendees on Zoom tonight, if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Landman, that will end public comment.
Okay, so let's do our local, see if we have anybody who wishes to speak. Seeing none, that will bring that back to the council then. And I'd like to see if somebody would like to move this ordinance. Councilmember Ford, I saw your finger move.
Let's see. I move that we adopt an ordinance amending the zoning code to facilitate local food production and urban agriculture in Cotati and change the zoning of the Veranda Folletti Ranch property from neighborhood low density to open space recreation.
All right, do we have a second from the council?
Second?
And a second from Vice Mayor Harvey? All right. Could we have a roll call vote on this, please?
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks,
Yes.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey,
Yes, finally. Thank you, staff.
Mayor Landman.
And yes, and I second your opinion. All right, so that then completes that. So we're back to item 11A of our regular agenda, and this is direction on the city seal. And we're being asked tonight to discuss public comments received on the draft city seal themes, as well as provide direction to staff on revisions for a final draft. So as usual, let's begin with our staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So, Kevin, if you wouldn't mind putting that slide-ish show up. Thank you. Okay, so staff began exploring updates to the city seal several years ago, and we were actually pursuing 2 separate efforts in parallel. One was the like a logo effort, which is it's been completed now for a bit, and it's kind of out and about. It's kind of like a marketing per se logo. At the same time, we were also working on an update to the city seal, which is, as everyone knows, Chief Cotati. So it's the seal, and the distinguishing difference, I guess, is the seal is something that we use for more official purposes. So think letterheads, business cards, that kind of thing, official correspondence, or representing yourself as a city official. Whereas the marketing logo is just more fun and used more liberally on everything. So the seal is what we're talking about tonight. We had originally updated the Chief Cotati seal with which we thought was a more tasteful, more respectful, but still a likeness of a Native American. And in the process of that, and I should say we have with us tonight Dennis, who is our graphic designer, who is also available to answer any questions. But I just saw him join the meeting up there. So when we updated and we had a draft of that Chief Cotati seal, we spoke to the Grayton tribe, and the Grayton tribe really felt that they wanted us to move away from using the likeness of a Native American on the city seal. So as a result of that, we reset that process and started the process that we're here tonight to talk to you about. And we developed 3 basic themes, and we reused sort of the frame that we had developed for the original Chief Cotati update, which is the border and in that type of graphic artwork. But the interior image per se is really what we were looking for. I mean, the whole thing really, but that was what we were looking for some general direction on. And we started with the public. So we put it out to the public, and you can see there was 3 different themes. One was a music theme, which you can see on the screen and also on the packet, which was represented by the accordion player. The second theme I would generally categorize as sort of a nature theme, which was represented by an oak tree, which again you can see there on the screen and also in the packet. And I'm on pages 140 and 141. And then the third general theme, was what I would categorize as landmarks. And that was, so the Church of the Oaks happens to be just a very well-known building in Cotati, so that was the representation of that general idea. And we put it out to the public and asked for their feedback. And in the packet, there is a graph showing sort of our categorization of the feedback that we got. And I would say generally the feedback was well, the most positive feedback was around the nature or tree type theme. So that seemed to be where at least the public wanted to go with it, is a more nature type themed seal. So I'll also just point out before I move on to the next part that there was a couple homegrown logos that were submitted as part of that. And actually, Kevin, if you go to the end of that, you can see those as well. A couple of our local graphic artists just, I guess, at their homes created these. So this was one of them that was submitted. And there's one more, I think, that it's kind of dark in the image, but that's a rooster in the middle. And it's a representation of, so I have to correct myself. I think I called the rooster something else on the ranch. It's actually RJ is the rooster's name. So whatever I told you before, get that out of your mind. It's RJ.
It's not Charlie?
It's not Charlie, so.
We hardly knew you, Charlie.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I feel, I don't know where I got Charlie from, but anyway, it's RJ. So that was just so that, both of these homegrown ones incorporate this sort of hexagonal shape, and the rooster, of course, was just sort of this is more of a fun type thing. Anyway, just to kind of wrap it up to next steps, as I mentioned earlier, the general consensus among the public was a nature type theme was where people wanted to go. And based on conversations with just internally with staff, but also looking at the public feedback and talking with Dennis, who, as I mentioned, is with us tonight, our graphic designer, we came up with some general thoughts for consideration for the council tonight. And one is that we do maintain a circular seal shape, and the benefits versus a hexagon, which would be the other obvious choice for a seal shape, is that it's just a more efficient use of space and maximizes the area for the illustration. And we also have to keep in mind that the seal would be represented in various sizes, and so you want the seal to be, you want to be able to see what the graphic illustration is at different scales. So it seems to scale better, and the accompanying text, if we want to have text on the border, perhaps easier in that type of format. The illustration itself features, as I mentioned, the consensus being nature elements native to Cotati, and some possible thoughts for consideration could be that one thing about the oak tree, people like the oak tree, but they also felt that it might be a bit generic. Town of Windsor or City of Oakland also use oak trees, so that if there was any sort of caveat to the oak tree, that was it. If the council wants to not do something like an oak tree, some other thoughts for consideration are maybe some native plants or trees associated with the Laguna de Santa Rosa, maybe some native animal, wildlife that could be incorporated with that. And I think finally, with regard to the Native American culture, probably, just brainstorming it internally and based on the comments that we received, if we want to incorporate some of that, part of, maybe one of the best ways to do that would be incorporate something more subtle, like it's suggested here, like a basket weave or some sort of texture that would be representative of Native American culture, but wouldn't be so overtly represented, such as like a profile of a Native American. And obviously, just, when you're thinking about this too, there's a limit to how much can fit in there. So, cleaner and simpler is always better. I mean, you can't just throw the whole kitchen sink in there, otherwise it just becomes too much. I think everyone's seen some seals like that, and it's just not very. It just looks like too much, and it kind of gets diluted. That does obviously leave out a music theme. That's obvious. That's one of the things we heard a lot. That was probably the second biggest sort of direction that we got from the public, and it's an obvious theme and important part of Cotati's culture and history. So again, we couldn't think of a real obvious way to incorporate music without that being the central theme to the seal. So in the sort of in the vein of not trying to cram too much into one seal, the thought was that maybe we could, the next time we do marketing, sort of the marketing logo type effort, we could more overtly incorporate that in through that effort without it being in the seal. But with that, I'll just leave it there, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Like I said, Dennis is here as well, can answer questions and take any comment.
Okay. Who'd like to lead off with questions?
Well, I just have one. I'm wondering if Dennis could chime in on the objections to the hexagon from a graphic design standpoint, because I don't buy the explanation in the packet.
Hi.
I third that.
Okay. Yeah, gladly. I mean, to be honest, I kind of would be repeating what Damien mentioned. The type definitely flows around the circular shape much more easily than it would a hexagonal shape. If we were to try to wrap the type in a sort of circular fashion around a hexagonal shape, you're going to be left with some very awkward kind of negative space between the graphic and the type, and it's not as efficient of a use of space. It's also, to be honest, in my opinion, we were going for something a little bit more traditional. We represent the hexagonal shape in the marketing logo for the city, and we're trying to present the city of Cotati as more than just a one-trick pony whose main feature is the shape of the downtown layout. And so that was the idea, was to go to something that could be a little bit more timeless, a little bit more focused on the subject of the illustration. So like Damien was saying, natural landmarks or physical attributes of the environment that really are truly the history of Cotati, long before there was a hexagonal shape, street pattern. And so, yeah, I think that about sums up my personal take on it, and take it for what it's worth. That is just simply one person's opinion. But that is the reason for the direction that we were going, was not to make every logo or every graphic representation of Cotati just be about something like the shape of the streets.
Thanks.
Question?
So would it be possible to have the outside be a circle and a hexagon in the middle?
Well, as I mentioned, if we were to wrap the type of the city of Cotati and the year in which the city was established and around it, then we're going to have some very awkward looking shapes. I think, perhaps if there's a strong desire to see it, then maybe in the next round, we could basically give you two versions, both with the same concept of the content itself of the illustration. And then we can just present two versions, one that incorporated the hexagon shape and one that did not.
Okay, yeah, I do feel very strongly about this. We are one of two cities in the United States that has a hexagonal shape, and I think that it's important. It's one of the things that does set us unique. I looked at hundreds and hundreds of city seals, and there isn't anything out there like that, and I think that, one of the things that people comment on a lot is our downtown and the plaza and that hexagon shape. It's what makes us the hub of Sonoma County, which people talk about a lot. So I think it needs to be incorporated in some fashion. The other thing that I get what you're saying about it being busy, but I did notice that a lot of city seals have kind of multiple kind of aspects to them. Some looked busier than others. I think the ones that looked less busy were ones that, you know, kind of had sectioned off, so you kind of could see, you know, different things about the community, not laid on top of one another, but in their own little section. So, yeah, there's lots of seals out there, so thank you.
Please, go ahead.
I think Vice Mayor Harvey might have answered my question, but I just wanted to know, are we aware of any other cities that have a hexagonal seal?
Yeah, I'm not a seal, not an official seal. No.
Thank you.
Well, I think this is the council can hardly wait to get into discussing this because we're just crossing the line of questions right now. So, but first, let's hear from the public on this. And I will start, if we can, with our remote viewers and see if anybody would like to comment.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our attendees on Zoom tonight, if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. And the Zoom name says SAVS. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry for the mislabeling of my name. I'm in Lobby. I live on Kingston Way. I just want to appreciate you all for changing the seal. And I've always felt that the Native American imagery was pretty cartoonish. And most recently, with all the understanding about racism and so on, it's just been pretty embarrassing. I am a bit disappointed. I think the tree is the one that we're going with probably, and it, in someone's attempt to be more official, we turn out to be just more bland. So that's too bad. If I was a graphic artist, I would try to give you something better, but I'm not, and I'll just appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you.
And Mayor Landman, that will end public comment on Zoom.
All right, let's bring it back, and I will see if anybody wants to speak locally. Please approach if you'd like.
So I'm sure we'll have more people next time, so it's not just me. But I would just like to say also, when I first moved here and pulled in and saw the sign, I just was like, really? And then the more I learned about the city, the history of Cotati and how there was actually no Chief Cotati, didn't even exist. And the people who lived here were not called Cotati either. It was the name of the village, not the people. And then continue to read Prue Draper's Cotati, in which she referred to Chief Cotati as the city mascot. I'm just so grateful that you guys have decided to change this. I think it's incredibly appropriate and important and needed. I also want to comment on the hexagonal shape. I think it is important. I really want it. And according to Marie McNaughton, it is one of three, not only just the city, U.S., but in the world. And so it is something that sets us apart and makes us stand out. And I believe in the abilities of our graphic designers to come up with amazing things with a hexagonal shape, and not just a circle. As much as I love circles, I think it would be really nice if we could keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then that concludes public comment, and I will bring it back to the council for discussion. Who'd like to lead off? Anybody? We'll start from the right. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to respond to one of the comments that said seems like the tree is the one we're going with. It was my understanding that this was sort of a starting point to spur discussion. So I don't think anything's decided, and that's what we're here to talk about and if we need to explore new options and drop new things, I think that's still on the table. So is that your understanding as well? Or?
The tree was a representation of a theme.
Of the theme of nature,
Yes.
right? Okay, that's what I thought too. So I wanted to give some input. I'm ride or die for the hexagon. I think it's important. I did look through all of the comments to the survey, and I think I saw about 10 comments very passionately for the hexagon, and I didn't see any comments requesting a circle. And we've had a history in this city of dislike for circles in certain circumstances. So I think the hexagon, we've got to figure out a way to do it. I appreciate that it's not ideal for wrapping text around, but maybe we don't need to wrap text around the edge. Maybe we can do it in another way, sort of like how the chicken that was submitted had the text in a different format. And then I also really appreciated a lot of the public suggestions to incorporate La Plaza somehow if we are going to use a hexagon shape. A lot of people mentioned maybe an aerial view of La Plaza Park or incorporating that hexagon shape somehow. So I think that's something worth exploring. And personally, I would love to see some nature-themed or La Plaza Park-themed type drafts come back.
All right, I'm going to look over to my left now. Anybody at this moment? Let's go all the way to the left with Councilmember Ford.
Okay, thank you. Similar to Councilmember Sparks, I think I actually want the seal to be distinctive and not look like all the other seals that are out there. I did the same Google search that everybody did and looked through hundreds and hundreds of them, and boy, are they awful, most of them. Most of them have about 47 symbols in their circle because nobody could make up their mind, and so they threw everything in there. So I really hope we can avoid that. As the designer said, you know, cleaner is better and fewer things. So I certainly support nature-themed content in the middle. To me, a hexagon shape is enough reference to the plaza, and I don't need to see it also in the graphic content in the middle. You know, what speaks to me would be a oak tree over something that people could recognize as the Laguna. But that's one option, and I'm certainly not tied to it. And I wouldn't want much more in there than that, because when you print it at 3/4 of an inch, can't have much more in there. I really like the recommendation number 3, some sort of subtle incorporation of an actual, authentic, local, native texture of some sort. I don't know the history. I'm no expert there to help choose it, but I really like that suggestion. Thanks.
Vice Mayor, anything?
I would agree with my colleagues. I also will fight very hard to have the hexagon. I think that it's really very important to our community. I'm good with the nature elements. And I do think that we can figure out some way to incorporate both the animal and wildlife and the Indian basket weaving or something of that nature. You know, I've seen some of them, they're kind of subtle. The things are not really to the forefront. They're really more subtle. And so I think that all of those could be incorporated. And I think it was also in the comments, you know, if we're going to do an oak tree, it should be more representative of, for instance, that special oak tree that we have over at the Veranda Floody Ranch, because I know that a lot of people, you know, like that particular tree, and it's a beautiful tree. And, you know, that is my 2 cents and direction. Thank you.
All right. And I'd like to go to Councilmember Moore remotely.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. I would kind of concur. I would lean toward the nature theme. And I think if the graphic would allow for the hexagon shape, that'd be great. If it would make it too difficult to see on a smaller scale, then I'm not married to that. But I would follow the recommended or the more popular nature theme on there. And then something that might be to this area, as Councilmember Ford was indicating, maybe something that represented some sort of nature theme or something with our Laguna or something along those lines. So that's my thought on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. Yeah, I thought I was going to be clever when we, okay, what did I say?
You said Ford.
I'm used to Ford. Thank you. Councilmember John Moore, who I've known for over a decade. So I thought I was going to be clever earlier. I put a note here, to hex or not to hex, that is the question. But it appears that's really not the question. There seems to be, and I can understand where our graphic designer is coming from. It's probably more difficult to work with slightly, but I would say, you can wrap that text a lot of different ways. Circular along the hex works, as we can see in this rather nice logo that at least printed inside the packet, is you can kind of see it. It was better online. That works. You could also make it follow the angles of the hex. A little clunkier, but still works. Or you can even have it just horizontal. But there's a lot of ways to do that, and I think it's possible. And I would say it's not a one-trick thing. We want some, where possible, differentiation for our city, particularly with seals. As you said, there's so many of them. They're all kind of the same because there's so many things to do with them. It may be a trick you see a lot from us, but it's our trick. It is uniquely us and only a few others' trick. And with that, I think we should try and make the most of it. So I would be open if I was in the council. I think the council should see whatever design elements our designer comes up with, tried best effort in both, and then we'll see if it works or if it looks clunkier or not. I suspect it might be just fine, but that would be the direction I'd given that. As far as the content, unsurprisingly, nature, the tree was my favorite. I noticed that was the great favorite of the public. One thing I would like to mention, an oak tree makes sense out here, but Marie McNaughton did put up a picture. I wish we had it in the packet. It was somewhere online. She pointed out it's a great idea. She liked it too, but she said it's that picture, and it was just a placeholder. You have to understand that our designer used. But it wasn't really a local oak. And she put up another black and white kind of line cut picture of an oak, a native oak. It looked even nicer to work with graphically. So I would strongly suggest we look into that and perhaps do tie it somehow into the Laguna. If we can make those two pieces into one image, I don't think it would be too much, and it might look very nice. And I want to say one other thing that I got. I wasn't as clever as you guys. I didn't look up how many places had hexagons because I kind of knew that. But I did take a look into food sources for the Miwok. And there's another reason this ties into our old logo, and it shows some of the tie-in that I think some of us were hoping to find one way or another to our historic background. That was one of the major food sources for the Miwok. Evidently, according to Google, who seems to know about these things, says that each family ate anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 pounds of acorns a year. So that's a very significant staple part of the diet. So in that small way, we keep our connection to the people that lived here first, and maybe that does that. Because I'm certainly open to seeing basket weaving or something, but I have a feeling, like we talked about, it could get too busy, too cluttered, and so I'm open to seeing it, but frankly, I wouldn't even call for it. I think just with a good oak tree, have the acorns visible, certainly, and tying to the Laguna, we might have enough right there to work with. As far as music, I can see where everybody would love to see it. I'd love to, but I don't know where you go with that. And we could have a tied music stem playing an accordion, but you're essentially stealing Oberheim Electronics logo, and that gets back to that one trick thing a little bit too, that isn't quite as long or historic as the shape of the city. So I think we have some consensus, at least from the public comments we've had and from the council. I'll ask our staff and our designer any other input or direction you'd like, or do you have enough to work with?
Well, speaking for myself, I think I am good. Dennis, do you have anything else that you need to ask?
No, not at all. I think the feedback's been great, pretty consistent, and so I think we have our work cut out for us to make this work.
Well, we tried to do our best. It's typically for graphic artists, you get 8 million different directions, and they say, whatever you do, just have fun. So we tried to avoid that. I hope you have fun with it, but I think we narrowed down to a few directions and only 2 different options to present, so hopefully that works for you too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, good direction. Thank you.
All right, so let's see. Yes, please. You'd like to take a break? All right, so that completes item 11A. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and we will be right back. Thank you, everybody. team building proposal. And this is on packet page 149. And I believe we'll have a staff report from that. Mr. Obid, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
All right, good to see you.
All right, thank you. So I'll just keep it brief. We've talked about this before recently, but there was a request from the council in September to agendize a request for a team building proposal. Staff reached out to the other city managers in Sonoma County, and they had sort of by consensus said that Management Partners was the one that they use in many cases, had direct experience using them and recommended them, so we reached out and got a proposal. That proposal was discussed at the November 8th meeting, and the city council feedback to staff at that meeting was that the proposed scope of work was too similar to the existing strategic planning process, and the city council requested that staff work with the consultant to see if the proposal could be amended to reflect the team building intent rather than just largely duplicating an existing planning process. So on packet page 151, that updated scope, which is largely activities 1 and 2 in the original scope, are included. That get away from the strategic planning scope that the original proposal had in it, and it's this one is intended to be more aligned with helping council members get to know each other and where they want to go with their time on council. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Oh, well, that's a perfect segue. Do we have any questions for the city manager from anybody?
Go ahead. I just had one question about the, oh, I'm sorry.
You have to let me know if you want. I'm fine with that. That's why I looked at you first. Please go ahead.
Sorry. I just had one question about the work products that would come after the workshop. It seemed in the previous proposal, I'm trying to remember now, that the consultant would have produced sort of several documents or more extensive sort of strategic plan like information after the workshop. Was that scaled back, or is it pretty much the same as before? It seems like now it's saying there would just be a sort of a report about the workshop afterwards.
Well, yeah. So in the original proposal, there were the pre-workshop interviews, and then basically an agenda for the workshop, kind of putting together that and facilitating that. Mm-hmm. And then after the workshop itself, a workshop report that summarized that, what came out of that effort. So summarizing the results, priorities established, and follow-up steps to be taken. That was in the original scope. And even though it is not mentioned in the sort of addendum, it was intended still to be all the same.
Okay.
It just was, he was more focused on, from my feedback to him, he was more focused on what the process of the workshop and what kind of conversation the council would be having.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Harvey.
So can I follow on to that? So you're saying that we still will produce a strategic plan from this?
So this would be something that would happen ahead of the strategic planning process, and it would feed into it. We'd still have a strategic planning process.
Okay,
be
because
something in addition.
The previous one we got, the outcome was the strategic plan. So.
Right, and that's how I understood the feedback from council last time, is that it was basically a facilitated version of what we already do. So if we want to do team building, have something more oriented towards team building, and that's something different, separate from strategic planning. And then we would take that, sort of the results of that, and that would lead into a strategic planning process, not facilitated by this consultant, but like along the lines of what we do already.
Okay. My second question is, what does the public participation look like in this proposal?
So the interviews obviously would be one-on-one interviews. When they get to the workshop, that is, it's a public workshop, so public are available. So it's a Brown Act meeting. So it could be more informal, and there would be, I think the general, might be in here, but I think the general flow of the meeting would be some workshop time in the morning to get through some of these questions, and then a lunch, like bring in like lunch and continue to have conversations, and then probably finish in the early afternoon. So from talking to him, it'd be like a 9 to 1 or 2 p.m. kind of thing. And the public would be able to be there.
So would they just be there in the room, or are they participating? And the reason I'm asking is we just, with the Waste Management Agency, just had a retreat, and in actuality, the public that was there, when we broke out into little groups and things like that, they participated in the little groups. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land, whether they're going to participate in these little individual icebreakers and all of that, or are they just going to be observing us? I just kind of wanted to feel for that.
Yeah, so he was in discussing sort of the flow of the meeting and how that would work. He said the typical way that they do it, and almost all their workshop type efforts, is it would be along the lines of a council special meeting where there's an opportunity for the public to comment, and then they just basically observe, and then it's a discussion among council. I guess it could be opened up for public comment at any time the council wants to, but it would generally be public comment up front and then into the workshop, but they would be present in the room.
Thank you.
Any questions from the council here? I'll check and see if Councilor Moore, I can't quite see if your hand's up on the screen from this angle, so let's check in with Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Lemon. I do not have any questions at the moment.
Thank you. Okay. I just have one. I know we're trying to nail this down. You both tried to nail it down. I'm still not completely clear. So it was clear what we asked for was something that was separate from the existing planning process, that didn't duplicate it, wouldn't supplant it or preload it or anything like that. What exactly, again, is this report out? I mean, it's not something that's supposed to lead into planning, strategic planning items, is my understanding, if we're keeping it separate. Was it general themes of, for example, major challenges the participants see, various reasons, anonymously, of course, from various people why they wanted to run for office, various personal hopes for accomplishment, again, name blind, of course. Is that what we're talking about, essentially what's in the questions here, basically that distilled down?
Yeah, I think in a nutshell, the questions do, I think, fairly well encapsulate what I understood to be the general direction, is that it's not something that duplicates strategic planning, but something that really gets to an opportunity to understand, as you had mentioned and is in the questions, why did they originally run for council? What do they hope to, what do they hope to accomplish? So sort of ideally getting to know each other at a higher level without getting into specific policy detail kind of conversations. That would be, it would just be kind of, what do you all want to accomplish while you're on council, and, kind of where you're all coming from. Mm-hmm. And then hopefully moving from that into strategic planning once the council knows each other. I think that was at least the direction as I understood it. And,
probably easier to do once you've had that kind of initial icebreaker, I'd imagine. Yeah. All right, any questions from council? Let's go to the public. I'll look in the room first and see if anybody wants to speak in this. Seeing no takers, we'll go to our remote viewers.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our attendees on Zoom tonight, if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Adrian Lobby, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to briefly say that this makes a lot of sense to me with so many new people coming on and a need to get a lot done. I think having some time at the very start and putting some resources into it will pay off well in the long run. Thank you.
Mayor Landman, that will end virtual public comment.
All right, thank you. All right, so that brings it back to the council. See, we have any further discussion on this from anybody? Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I'd just like to speak in support of this item. I think that as we're going to have 2 new people on the council and 2 people who have only been here for a couple years and whose first in-person meeting is tonight. I think it would be wonderful to have a chance to really start off getting to know one another, learning how to work well with each other, and just getting off to on the right foot right at the beginning. So I hope that we can invest in this. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I'll speak in support as well. I was in support of the original, but I actually think that the feedback from council did improve it. I think that the focus on, in the original proposal, there were workshop discussion topics which did duplicate our strategic planning process, and I think if we can focus on the things like factors that will help the council and staff collaboratively achieve priorities and expectations, prior to, just understanding sort of big picture value kinds of goals that individual council members hold, I think that'll be a better workshop day than what was originally proposed. So I appreciate that effect. And as one of those newer members of the council, I would find this helpful. Thanks.
Okay. Anything, Vice Mayor? You good? Well, let me check in with Councilmember Moore and see if he has anything.
No, I think it might be a little bit more definitive in what you're trying to accomplish here. As I stated previously at the last council meeting, personally, I think it's a lot of fluff, and it seems like you're going to be sitting around singing Kumbaya, and then I don't know if that's team building, but if that's team building and it helps the council members to discern at a more effective and efficient level moving forward, then great. But I'll keep my fingers crossed on that one. So that's my opinion on that. Thank you.
I think if you read the prospectus, they charge extra to lead a chorus of Kumbaya. That's beyond our approach. Even Roanoke Park can't afford that. So, all right, I'll just share my comments. As long as there's agreement on this one key thing, that this is separated from the logistic strategic plan, it's not supplanting, leading into anything like that, I certainly will support this. I have to say, I won't call it fluff, but I'm not sure if I'm completely comfortable with it in terms of being the value ratio isn't ideal for me as cost versus what we're getting perhaps. But I do know this. When we were new council members, we would have never got something like this. But yet maybe we could have used it. Now the city has grown to a place and been improved to a place, a higher level of professionalism and resources where we can provide this. And I know I have two existing newer members who say they'd like to see this. One person that's not a member yet, but will be very soon a member, who said they'd like to see this. So that leads me to saying that I'm fine with this, and I appreciate the discussion, and I do agree this is improved. And this gets back to, like I always say, that's why there's 5 of us, So here we are. So I'm going to look over to my right and see if somebody would like to move this.
Certainly.
Because it just seems like it should be yours.
Thank you. I would like to.
Oh, actually, it's just verbal direction. Apologies.
Verbal direction? Yeah.
But why don't you give them that verbal direction like you said?
Go for it, Damien.
All right. Got it. Thank you.
All right. And you even got applause. Not bad for verbal direction. I'm impressed. All right. So that completes item 11B. Cross that out. And now we go to item 11C, which this is our equity ad hoc report and next steps. And so we're being asked to adopt a motion potentially tonight to approve the recommended measures that have come from our equity ad hoc, which is Vice Mayor Harvey and Councilmember Laura Sparks, and direct the city manager to implement said measures in any order of priority, and to also dissolve the ad hoc committee being completed. So let's begin, as always, with our staff presentation. I'm going to ask you, this is a long and complex one to wind through. I'd like to propose that we have Damien do his regular presentation, go over the various staff recommendations. And then when we come back, what I'd like to do, if the council agrees, I think the best way would be we'll go with each recommendation one at a time, and I'll ask everybody just a quick round robin. Do we agree with the staff recommendation? If not, where we're at? And that way, this will allow staff to see where consensus is, to tally what changes maybe some may or may not want. And it'll take a bit, but I think it's the best way to get through this. So if that sounds good, I'll let the city manager get started.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. So I'll try to be efficient. not take too long getting through this, but focus on the highlights here. So in June of 2021, the City Council formed this ad hoc subcommittee to look at ways to improve equity and appointed, as was mentioned, Vice Mayor Harvey and Councilmember Sparks to the subcommittee. The assigned tasks of the ad hoc are completed, and so staff has a variety of recommended, the ad hoc and staff, I should say, have some recommended measures that are listed in the staff report. And there's 15 in there, and I apologize for bulletizing it rather than putting numbers. It might make the conversation a little more difficult. But I think Mayor Lemon has a good suggestion to go through one at a time so it doesn't get too confusing. All right, so the first one is, and these are all under the category of community engagement. The first recommendation from the ad hoc is, or the first question to be looked into was provide fee waiver and possibility of grants for multicultural events in La Plaza Park. So just as way of background, park permits we deal with a lot of different events, and the cost of park permits, even though everyone of course wants them waived because why not, they're really pretty minimal, and that's not an issue that we've ever really seen being an obstacle to doing events in the park or events downtown. Maybe a slightly steeper climb is road closures, particularly if it's a really busy road like Old Redwood Highway. That's a more significant kind of thing, and it takes more staff time, more resource, and so that can be $1,000 to $2,000, and so that could be a bit more expensive. But really, most of the costs are internal to the event itself. The vast majority of the costs from the events that we've worked with. The existing policy, as we recently talked about, it does allow staff time waivers for first year ongoing community events with a 50% waiver in the second year, and then the third year it's full price.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Since this might be kind of a long report, would it be possible to project something related to what we're talking about for the Zoom participants to look at instead of just the agenda?
Do we actually have a slideshow for this? If we don't, I don't think that's going to be.
Maybe even just a list.
I would have to
Yeah.
suggest that if we could just list perhaps the packet pages for each of these, if anybody's following. I'm sure if somebody's interested in following, they're following the packet at home, and they can use that.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah,
Mayor
I
can also display the packet pages
That would be fantastic.
on the.
Sure,
They're
I
going to
can-
be jumping around a lot, but yeah, we'll give you the packet pages as we go. That
I can read it out as I go. It's too much text really to display, but I can certainly get the packet page. Yeah, 158, 159.
We know,
is
we got it.
The first item, yeah. So I think, so the first, second year, third year event, new event waiver is part of our park policy. It's been a longstanding thing that's seems to be well received. And there's also, discounts for nonprofits, discounts for residents. So there's a lot of different ways that people get discounts. In the research for this, some cities such as Rohnert Park provide community grants essentially it's from casino funding, but they do it for, not just for events, but for like any type of community type neighborhood thing. I just pointed out because if the council wants to move forward on this, then they could have some materials in their application process that could be helpful. The city council currently has a $25,000 contribution budget. $15,000 of that currently goes to the Chamber of Commerce, and the rest, or a portion of that at least, goes to the previously mentioned fee and staff time waivers for events throughout the year. But the city council does have the ability to use their discretion to grant public funds to support whatever events they believe will further community goals. But for something like this, it should require some sort of formal application process. So all requests are evaluated at the same time, and then it could be managed in that way rather than ad hoc. So the recommendation on this one is that the city pilot an event grant process where the city council can consider small grant applications and award up to $5,000 per year. This would allow for multiple grants per year, and in addition to the potential existing fee staff time waivers previously described, to determine if the program is achieving the goal of bringing in new multicultural events. And it's suggested that to be eligible, it's recommended that it's only for new events, not for existing events. And existing events in Cotati, I mean, was the intent. And the event should highlight, celebrate one or more cultures in Sonoma County. And this level of funding is also expected to fit within the existing City Council annual contribution budget of $25,000. It's not recommended that the existing fee reduction and waiver processes that I described previously are modified at this time, just due to the pilot nature of this recommendation if the council wants to move forward with it, but also disrupting other current events that utilize some of these provisions in the park use policies. And it'd be a lot of moving parts all at the same time. So if this recommendation is supported by the council, then staff will reach out to multicultural organizations and invite them to hold events or festivals in Cotati. So that's the first one. And I will, this doesn't seem like it's going fast, but I'll go a little faster on this next one. So number 2, this is
Council
packet
meetings
page.
never seem like they're going fast. It's okay.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I feel like an auctioneer. So, all right, so packet page 160 is investigate partnering with Rohnert Park for the Joint Leadership Academy, providing needs-based scholarships to Cotati residents.
Can I ask you to hold on just a minute, Mr. Obid? I had a question from the Vice Mayor. Would you like to raise that publicly?
Yeah, were you suggesting that we go through them one at a time? I'm afraid if
I
we
was
go
gonna have
through
Dave-
all of them, then we'll
You
forget
don't have your
what
notes
the...
on each one already?
No, I'm just,
You know what? I
Do
was
we-
going to have Damien go through it all, but if the
Okay.
council would prefer, perhaps it would not be illogical
then we
to
won't forget.
stop after each one and then do our quick round robin. Where's council at? Let me know.
I'm just wondering if that is consistent with offering public comment before we have discussion about items?
We'd have to do it each time. Yeah, I think we're going to let Damien get through it, I think. And we can always ask him to loop back if there's
Okay.
questions about something.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm happy to go back with questions. I'm sure there will be as we get to the end of this. All right, so packet page 160, this is investigate partnering with Rohnert Park for the Joint Leadership Academy, providing need-based scholarships to Cotati residents. So just to get everyone up to speed, Rohnert Park had started a leadership program for residents, and they called it Leadership Rohnert Park. And the intent of it was to develop the knowledge, skills, confidence, and network to become community leaders in Rohnert Park, and it's run by Coro, Northern California. That's the consultant they use for that program. So to date, Coro has hosted 2 leadership cohorts with attendees generally from Rohnert Park, but they do also include some people from Cotati. They didn't limit the people that could apply. Leadership Rohnert Park completed their second class in 2022. The initial class was 2 years ago, with a year off because of COVID. Each class can accommodate up to 24 participants, with the actual enrollment in the 2 initial classes closer to 20. And in conversations with Rohnert Park, they initially had about 55 applicants in the first year, 30 in the second year, so they were seeing a drop in applicants, so they were looking at maybe doing a couple things. One is geographically expanding it, so that included, like if Cotati was interested or Pengrove area was interested, the surrounding unincorporated county, basically. And also they were playing with the option for different days, holding the classes on different days of the week. The way Rohnert Park runs the program is that there is no need for a scholarship because it's fully funded by the city of Rohnert Park. And if Cotati were to join it, I'm sure it would be something very similar. We would just share a portion of the overall cost. The next class that is intended to start would be in the fall of 2023. And like I said, potentially expanded geographically and possibly on different days. And the classes that they've held so far are about $80,000 for each class, each course, I should say, series of classes. So, if it was based purely on population, the cost split would be roughly $12,000 to Cotati, $68,000 for Rohnert Park. I don't think that the cost would change much for a bigger geographic area. It'd be basically the same program. So the recommendation on this is to work with Rohnert Park to jointly create a leadership Central Sonoma County, but modified with a specific element to encourage civic participation as well as general community participation. And that's just because, Rohnert Park's, the curriculum was very open for just general community participation. I think it'd be good to have some element of civic participation. Hopefully developing the next batch of leaders that would be, coming to city government. in one of our bodies, or anyway. So I think that was the recommendation on that one. The next one, we're on packet page 161, is investigate cost options for providing Spanish access to our newsletter, which is our utility bill mailer. So in addition to the various forms of electronic communication, a primary source of city information is the utility newsletter, which was originally mailed to all of our water and sewer billing customers. In the past year, actually after we did our survey and some of the conversations at council, out of that, we recognized that the newsletter was only going to people that had water sewer accounts. And that was just an obvious oversight. So admin services quickly adjusted and found a way to get it to all mailing accounts in Cotati. And so for the last year, we've been doing that. So that also hits all the apartment residents, people in multifamily developments. So that was an obvious oversight that's been corrected. The current newsletter is one page. It's printed front and back, and it's mailed with the utility bills, or mailed separately in the case of someone that doesn't get a bill. Looking into translation, the presumption was that translation would be in Spanish, but it would require either that we shorten the newsletter to a single page if we want to keep it on one page, or create a second newsletter that is translated and mailed together, so it would be a thicker mailing. Looking at the community poll that was conducted in November of 2020, and that poll was conducted in Spanish to people that spoke Spanish. They found that only 3% in that poll found it to be a barrier to participating, and so by extension, at least based on the information we have, it'd be a similar percentage would find this to be a barrier for mailed information in general city communications. So alternatively, if we didn't mail, the city could translate the English language newsletter and include a QR link or something that would be just capturable on a phone with something in Spanish at the like on the heading or somewhere on the newsletter, that people could find a version that we post online. And this would still require staff time or a contract cost to translate, but it would avoid the printing and mailing costs as well as the mailing delay for translation. So what that means is that once we have the final proof of the English version, then we would have to take some time to translate it, and that could further delay it, and it just makes it a longer lead time to get it done if we were to do it that way in a mailed version. We send typically 2,500 mail pieces. The mailing cost at 15 cents per page would be about $375 per mailing, and then there would also be, as I mentioned, the delay factor that we'd have to work into that. So the recommendation is a balanced approach, given the relatively low number of residents who find English to be a barrier, but would be to continue to produce and mail the English language newsletter while providing the Spanish language version on the website. The English language newsletter would include a QR code, which would seem like the most convenient, or something similar with some related text that would allow people to easily find the newsletter on the website. This would also allow the English newsletter to be completed and sent for mailing during the publication and printing delay, which is usually once we send it to the print house, it's 2 to 3 more weeks before it actually arrives in mailboxes. So that would actually give us time after we have the final English proof to generate the Spanish version and get it up on the website in time for the newsletters to land in people's mailboxes. The city does currently have Spanish-speaking staff who can complete the translation as part of their daily work. But if this were not the case for some reason in the future, the city could pay, it'd be approximately $180 per newsletter for a contract service to translate. So that is that. And then on page 162 is the next recommendation, or the next item and that next item that was explored, and I'll get to the recommendation in a minute. It's investigating the cost options for providing Spanish language access to city social media posts. So currently the city operates a website and several social media accounts, Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, and Nixle. And most citywide news is distributed electronically either through the website, Facebook, or Instagram. The website does currently allow content translation into many languages. The exception is third-party website integrations. So we do have some third-party website integrations that are not part of our hosted website that we would have to look into how we translate those. But the bulk of the website is translatable through an on-page tool that allows that. If a user uses Facebook or Instagram and their device is set to some other non-English language, when they view an English language post, it allows for translation. The same obviously works in reverse. If you have Facebook, if you have your phone set to English language, when you go to some other language, you'll see options for translation in the same, so it works both ways. So Facebook and Instagram don't seem to be an issue. The one caveat, though, is that things that are embedded in graphics cannot be translated. So I'll get to that in a minute, but that's part of a recommendation. And then Nixle. So at this time, we use Nixle primarily for more urgent or emergency information. We don't currently have a way to translate that, and that is something that I'll talk about more in a minute. Lastly, this wasn't actually part of the thing, but part of the question, but I'll just put it out there, is that you do notice that our meetings are through the Zoom format are translated. You can see that tonight. And for anyone that joins the meeting through Zoom, they can also translate it into any one of like 10 or 12 different languages. They can translate live. So that's also available to people if they want to follow along. So the recommendation on this is to continue to explore translation options for third-party hosted elements of the city website, as I mentioned, and update the social media procedure to ensure that the text is not embedded in images for translation, and for visually impaired residents, which would be a problem for screen readers as well. Or if there is if there is text and images, to duplicate that text outside of images so it could also be translated. At this time, it's not feasible to translate Nixle posts, as this would significantly delay the dissemination of critical emergency information, but the recommendation is that we'll continue to explore options for emergency communications in other languages so that we can provide that in a timely way. Hopefully in practice we can anyway, but it's just something that we can't commit to because it's not always immediately available to us. All right, so the next one is the next item for review is on page 163, and this is expand social media outreach to Nextdoor and more frequent posts. So the city does have an active Nextdoor account, which generally allows the city to post simultaneously to all neighborhoods in Cotati. And so users by default see city posts unless they opt out. It'll appear in their feeds. So the way the city account works, though, on Nextdoor is that we cannot see any Nextdoor accounts. We can't see any feeds. So we just kind of post into kind of the abyss, and maybe people see it, maybe they don't. And we do see if someone comments on our post, we'll see that, but otherwise we don't see anything else. Engagement on city posts for Nextdoor have just our experiences been very minimal, especially compared to other social media platforms like Facebook or Instagram, where we typically get a fair amount of feedback and engagement. And just the format of Nextdoor is, I think what's going on is things like Facebook and Instagram. When you post things, they stay where they are chronologically; they don't disappear. Whereas Nextdoor, it gets posted and then it immediately gets pushed down by the lost cat or whatever else, and then you only can find it if you search. So you really have to be looking at Nextdoor, kind of more or less the instant that something's posted. Unless it gets a lot of commenting, then it rises back up to the top. So we think that that's really why it doesn't really get much impressions. And we have inquired with other cities to see kind of how they've used it, to see if there's some other better way to use it. And basically the feedback we get from other cities is that they get very, very little engagement with Nextdoor. And the recommendation on this one is that unless there's a way to create some greater visibility with city posts, such as like companion emails or text messages that might be a little bit more persistent, The recommendation is to discontinue the use of this platform and focus on the other platforms. Okay, also still on page 163, the next item is investigate options to upgrade the electronic downtown bulletin board, or otherwise known as the marquee. The intent of this option was to generally improve public communication by moving from the static information board manually updated to something that's that can be remotely updated more quickly and also contain 2 or maybe 3 pages of text, so more information at one time. Provided that power is available, and power is available because there's a lighted sign, so there's some power there. I'm not sure about communications yet at this point, but the sign could be also an effective means of emergency communication, which I'll get to in a minute, but that would be another consideration as backup power if that was something that wanted to be provided to that. In previous years, this option was explored, but it wasn't pursued in our annual work plan, primarily because it just wasn't universally supported by the council at that time, and it just became a relatively lower priority. The concern, as I recall, was primarily about aesthetics, because there's plenty of signs that people see around that are incredibly gaudy, kind of think like, auto dealer kind of signs, and nobody really wanted to see that in their downtown. But there are also challenges with the manually updated one, and that's primarily the static information, and then the sign does have to get replaced after some time because it does warp, so it needs to be changed about every 5 years. An electronic sign, if we were to do it, would be about $30,000 to $50,000 to install it, based on quotes we had gotten back a couple years ago when we were looking into this. And it would just it would fit into the existing frame that's there, but basically pulling the board out, but putting just an electronic billboard in there. And the recommendation is to include an electronic marquee as a potential project for strategic planning for fiscal 23-24. There are likely options. There likely are options that can improve public communication, but keep it not gaudy, just black and white for the vast majority of the information that's posted, and just through procedures, kind of keep the gaudy auto dealer type stuff to a bare minimum. Other considerations, of course, would be ensuring remote access to the city manager's office and police dispatch and emergency power if that was deemed necessary. Okay, so next one. This is page 164. Provide space on downtown wayfinding bulletin board for public use. With the installation of the wayfinding signs in the downtown area, it was observed that people have been informally attaching community flyers, advertisements, et cetera, to the structures. And so that brought up the conversation, would there be a better way to manage something like this? And there are several publicly or privately managed bulletin boards around downtown, specifically Redwood Cafe and Cotati Coffee, which seem to work well, but they are limited by limited access by business hours. And one thing to keep in mind in this conversation is that if we put anything official up as a place for people to post things, it becomes a limited free speech forum. So the city would be limited in what it could remove from that. So in other words, there could be distasteful speech that's posted on there, and we would not be able to do anything about that. Only when it's something that's like clearly hate speech, clearly speech that would be considered a threat, maybe a physical threat to somebody, that type of thing. Otherwise, some sort of publicly managed bulletin board would be something that we would just have to have some very clear, non-biased sort of procedures for managing. So a couple options on this would be a public downtown bulletin board, would be either a new freestanding structure or somehow converting one of the locked display cabinets to in one of the kiosks. In front of City Hall, there's also 2 locked display cabinets, one that holds agendas for Planning Commission and Council and public notices, and the other one holds flyers for upcoming events. And given sort of the public works staff time limitations, as I move to the recommendation is that we would do a pilot program utilizing one of the cabinets outside of City Hall here not utilizing one of the ones downtown because that would be another task for Public Works that they really don't have capacity to manage right now. But something outside of, if we piloted something outside of City Hall here, it's something that we could manage as part of our every 2-week posting routine. And it also could be a use part, like half of the lockable case out there, which I think could be available, but it would be unlocked and basically openable by the public. That would prevent, at least hopefully, stuff just blowing off and becoming litter debris, like a freestanding open bulletin board would be. If we did do it as part of our normal posting routine, then that would mean that the flyers would be taken down twice a month on the regular agenda posting schedule, and it would be completely agnostic to what's on there, unless there's something truly awful that we would take down, but that's how that would work. If it does become problematic, of course, the City Council can always direct the staff to relock it in the future. All right, and then the next item, which is number 8, so bear with me. This is page 165, is investigate ways to increase participation at police beat meetings, including varying days, times, locations, and more publicity. And the police meetings are the next sort of evolution of Neighborhood Watch, and this is where I think everyone here knows, but we split the city up into 6 zones. Each zone is assigned an officer for the year. These zones are also coterminous with our evacuation zones, just for clarity of communication. And the police department does host beat meetings twice per year to hear concerns from residents. They used to be in person, but due to COVID, more recently they've been Zoom-based meetings. The police department also does have rotating concentrated enforcement efforts through the beat areas. That's also happening simultaneously. The specific concerns that were raised were lack of awareness as to when and where these meetings were occurring, and the beat map was sort of pointed out on the website as not the most functional, if it could be a little simpler to navigate than the current one that's there now, which is a GIS map that's hosted by Santa Rosa GIS, but it's embedded in our website. So the recommendation here is that the city can use police volunteers or interns to deliver flyers to homes and businesses in each beat in advance of the biannual beat meetings to raise awareness of the meeting dates and locations, so that way literally people will have flyers delivered to their residents. This would be in addition to the existing website and social media, noticing that already happens. Just to point out, though, that if for some reason the volunteers or interns are not available, a separate mailing was needed, and if it couldn't be incorporated into our utility bill mailers, the direct cost would be $2,300 per mailing twice per year. So that would be an additional cost, a direct cost, if we were unable to get the volunteers or interns out there for whatever reason. The preference, therefore, the preference is to reduce mailing costs and utilize volunteers as possible for that type of thing. Separately, with regard to access to the GIS map, we did talk to Santa Rosa GIS, and I put a link in the staff report, but basically they do the GIS page for a lot of different cities in this county, and the link there is for Rohnert Park's election districts, and that's an example of a different kind of tool or a different kind of format that could be presented on our website, and it's just simply a map with the outline of the beat areas and a simple search tool that allows you to put your address in, and you can search, and it zooms into that area of the city, so you can see where you are relative to your beat map area. Just one caveat on that is that putting contact information, officer contact information in that search result would be a little bit more, I think, prone to error, because it would require us to give Santa Rosa GIS that information. They have to embed it in the GIS tables. So, it could be one of two ways. Either we just zoom in and people can see where they live, and then they can see an accompanying information on the web page itself that the city maintains, which would probably be the cleanest way to do it. Another alternative would be a static link in the Santa Rosa GIS search results that would then link to a separate city page. But the recommendation is to just have the zoom in feature with the officer contact information on the city hosted part of the page that people can look at. Okay, so packet page 167, explore providing a mid-year verbal update to the City Council from the Chief of Police, including current activities, focused enforcement events, crime trends, new programs, and community engagement. And for the past couple years, as everyone here knows, the police chief has begun providing annual reports to the community, typically in the first quarter of the following the end of the calendar year. This annual report is presented at a City Council meeting, and it summarizes a lot of data derived from police dispatch and record systems and other law enforcement sources. And just some background on this is that the police data, police report a ton of data, but it's like the DOJ primarily, and it's a very specific format, and we don't have data analysts on staff that know how to get into the back end and kind of mine the data and develop the kind of reports. It's inevitable that what people ask for is not like in the format or not the exact data that's being sent to DOJ. So that's just a restriction. I mean, the reason I bring it up is because it's an important time element to keep in mind with the reports. And we do continue to do this, and we're not suggesting that we're not doing it for the annual chief reports, but for the verbal update, the recommendation is that we include an annual mid-year verbal report from the Chief of Police to the City Council on current activities, focused enforcement events, crime trends, new programs, community engagement, to really give the council and the community feedback on what's been going on in the year, but not really presenting data, because that's a whole separate effort that takes a significant amount of staff time. And the verbal report would be something I think that could provide a lot of value, but and would be provided with not a lot of data analysis. That is just it's a big effort for us. So, all right, the next item, again, still on packet page 167. I work with Farmster to incorporate the school districts. This is Cotati-Rohnert Park Public Unified School District. Class field trips to the Veranda Fleddy Ranch and to future work plans. And the city has been regularly trying to engage with the school district, but we find that that the teachers generally, they're so overwhelmed with all the things they have to do and all the requirements they have to meet, that unless it's helping them meet one of their mandated requirements, it's sort of like out of the box and they don't have time. They don't say that, but it's just it's hard for them to make time to peel off that extra sort of that extra activity. So as part of this effort, actually recently in the 2x2 meetings between Rohnert Park, the school district, our city representatives, and also Sonoma State, we got in contact with the superintendent of the school district, Ms. Perez, and she put us in touch with their special education preschool program, who she thought would be a good way to sort of put their foot in the water on this type of effort, because they come with their own transportation, and it would be a more feasible type of thing, she thought, and if it was successful, expanding to other grade levels. We initially had conversations with the lead of the special education program administrator, and everyone's optimistic that we can eventually do something with it. We put them in touch with actually Sandy Loam, who works with the preschool aged grade levels, and and basically the elementary grades as well. So we put them in contact. As luck would have it, they lost some staff, and they the program administrators teaching classes right now, so they're kind of buried in work, but hopefully they'll staff back up and they'll be able to get some bandwidth, and then we're just staying in touch with them, and we'll hopefully engage them once they're ready to engage in the ranch. And we will have people from the ranch, the operators from the ranch here next council meeting to give updates. And I will say there is a significant amount of school interaction already, but they'll update you on that. But this is a whole separate dedicated thing that we're talking about here. Okay, so next item on page 168. These are under the general category of hiring. So investigate and provide just-in-time anti-bias and equitable interview practices training for employees who will participate in job interviews. So this came up. This type of training is required for community colleges in accordance with the Education Code. And examples of how this is actually implemented in that context are attached to the staff report for reference if anyone's interested. The city does currently provide mandated harassment training for all staff and managers on 2- and 1-year cycles respectively, and there is some overlap in topics, but it's not exactly the same. Currently in interview panels, there are no specific questions specifically intended to assess applicants' sensitivity to diversity. So in researching this question, we did find some options for this kind of training. Liebert Cassidy Whitmore does offer this type of training for staff that would be on interview panels, as well as assistance with developing questions for interviewers. And that would be somewhat, those interview questions could be somewhat customized, so they probably would have to be somewhat customized based on the job position that's being interviewed for. LCW is a firm that we also use for other employment law, and they are well acquainted with EEO and DEI type issues. Employment law, as I think probably everyone is well aware, is a very there's a lot of law and there's a lot of case law around employment. So it's a subject that you just have to be careful how you implement things. So LCW would be, I think, well situated to do that type of thing. To do this, there is some, I won't get into all the details here, but it's in the staff report, but LCW would propose a 2 to 3 hour workshop for staff on interview panels, and this would typically be a $2,500 to $3,000 effort per workshop if that were remote. And then there would be some additional cost with helping staff developing interview questions, mostly vetting them to make sure that they're okay and they wouldn't create any problems for us. The training itself would be primarily, if this were implemented, would be annual training for supervisors and managers, who generally are the people participating on interview panels. Although it could be some other people, but that would be just essentially people that are regularly on interview panels. It would be probably held virtually. That would reduce costs, and a minimum of one question would probably be added to the job interviews to help assess applicants' sensitivity to diversity. And then, again, it's recommended that LCW would provide this training if council wants to move forward on this. All right, next item is on page 169. Again, our packet page 169. This is work with recruiting firms used by the city to advertise jobs more broadly in places likely to reach underrepresented groups to ensure diverse candidate pools. So the city currently only uses recruiting firms for department heads and city manager positions. Other than these positions, we use a variety of external recruitment. We don't use recruitment firms. We send it out on a variety of different job boards, which includes our city website through IBS, governmentjobs.com, Indeed, which basically goes everywhere in the world. It kind of spams job listings everywhere, and then a bunch of other specialty sites depending on what the job listing itself is. So depending on, the bottom line is for most of our job listings, they're very widely available, so it's unlikely that this limits the diversity of job applicants. The diversity pool, just based on staff experience, seems to be specific to the position being recruited for. And there's some examples in here, but basically, some are very overrepresented by male applicants, some are very overrepresented by female applicants. Again, depending on the job role, some are, it can also be based on degreed or non-degreed positions. That tends to skew kind of representation, it seems. But in general, with the shifting demographics of the county, the workforce trends is generally older, and Latinx tends to be I would say, the general trend. And then the recommendation on this one is when the city works with a recruiter, that we would just include that as stated criteria in their scope of work, that they just make sure that they're looking at all the different places to make sure that anyone that could be a candidate for a particular job has it available to them as an application, or they're aware of the job listing so they can apply to it if they want. And then another suggestion is, moving forward, the city can add voluntary demographic questions to job applications to develop a better understanding of the applicant diversity relative to the community diversity. So That would help focus future diversity initiatives if the city wants to take up any of those. All right, packet page 170. We're almost there. Hang with me. Review job classifications for opportunities to include bilingual or desired job as a desired job skill. So currently the city does not list language as a required or desired job skill in any job classifications. And so the conversation at the ad hoc was that it was believed that this may be helpful in recruitment by indicating that the city places value on this skill, as well as help the city functionally for a specific need as for municipal services to the community. And the city does have staff with fluency in various languages, in addition to English, of course, including in City Hall and the police department that are fluent in Spanish, which presumably is the main language that I think people are interested in given the demographics of the community. And based on the job classifications of the city, as I mentioned, there are no jobs where bilingual fluency can be required. There's no jobs like that, like translators or those kind of jobs. However, it's likely that there could be some job classifications that meet the threshold of preferred bilingual fluency in Spanish. So what this would mean is that if we had something like that, if two applicants were otherwise equal, that skill would set them apart for hiring. So they'd be equal in all other respects. Then if they had that skill that another applicant didn't, then it would be, like I said, it would set them apart from the other applicant. So I also included in here the process that we would have to go through to include it as a desired skill. So basically it would be an interview with each job classification. Each position would need to be interviewed to understand if Spanish is regularly used, and that's generally defined as used at least once per week. And I won't go over the questions, but basically there's questions in the staff report if you're interested in the kind of questions that the evaluation would consist of. And the intent of this type of evaluation is to avoid and document and avoid employment discrimination lawsuits when choosing one applicant over another for this type of skill, or really any type of skill, but this is just how employment law is. Each positional interview would cost about $1,500 to $2,500 based on the estimate from LCW, who would do something like this. As mentioned, it is possible that there's some frontline positions, as well as it's like front counter positions, recreation, potentially police positions that could justify this kind of preferential language. The study to review and document these positions would likely be in the $10,000 to $15,000 range, depending on the number of positions reviewed. And then there could be future MOU ramifications as well by incorporating this. All right, so moving on to the next category, contracting. So the question was, exploring contracting as a means to employ a more diverse base of suppliers and contractors. And so the city currently contracts in a variety of ways, but I guess they would be fit into these general categories, which is professional services, non-professional services, material suppliers, and construction contractors. And professional services are the most commonly design-related services, and they are under state statute based on qualification. Qualifications basically how qualified they are to do the design work typically. And cost can be a factor, but it's can't be the only factor under state law. And it's typically posted on the website and sent to a wide list of known consultants. Non-professional services are typically things such as janitorial, landscape, HVAC, those type of non-professional service type agreements. And these are typically based on ability to meet the sort of the city's insurance and contracting requirements, but also the cost of the service. Material suppliers are generally local suppliers of specialty parts, but also can include general office supply or janitorial supplies. And they're typically based on best value, lowest cost to the city. And sometimes only specialty items can be available from specialty suppliers. And then construction contracts those are sent out to all of the builders exchanges, and they're pretty widely available to virtually anyone, especially the bigger contracts. Anything that has federal dollars in it has a very extensive reporting and disadvantaged business enterprise process. And I will say that just under the guise of procurement, there is a 5%. The only sort of preferential procurement we have is a 5% preference for Cotati-based contractors, suppliers. And then one last thing is that there is also something called joint procurement, which is also sometimes used, most typically used under state bids, where one public entity has gone out to bid on something, then we can sort of piggyback on that. That's a way to do joint procurement, which I'll talk about more in a second because that ties into the recommendation. And so this is also relevant to this conversation, is the County of Sonoma is working on a cooperative, equitable joint procurement initiative with cities that are interested. So the city has expressed an interest in participating in this, and so we're continuing to follow along with this effort. And the county has issued an RFP, and they're currently evaluating the short list of potential vendors to run the process for them. And I expect that to hopefully start. I mean, we're almost in the holidays now, but hopefully early next year they'll start actually working on that project. And so the recommendation basically is that it's recommended the city continue to engage with the county on the joint procurement effort currently underway and report back to the city council once the program has been further developed to decide if continued participation will cost effectively achieve equity in contracting. All right, and then last one, packet page 172. This is under the category of homelessness, and the thing was to investigate the possibility of reviving the safe parking program, including funding models and possible locations. So just a quick walk down memory lane. The city did run a pilot safe parking program in the St. Joseph's Park and Ride lot for approximately 1 year. We used Catholic Charities as the service provider for that, which was used by, it was sporadically used through that year. We did experience problems with that, and Catholic Charities did actually also sort of at the end of the year concurrently just pull out of the program because they were doing an organizational restructuring, and they were putting their resources towards other efforts that they felt, I guess, would be a better use of their own resources. So they stopped running safe parking programs generally. At the time we did our pilot program, there were several other programs in the county, and they've all stopped, to my knowledge, essentially at the same time ours did. There are a couple programs in the county currently that I'm aware of. One is currently run by Catholic Charities. It is, I confirmed with them, the only one that they do run, and it's with the city of Santa Rosa in the utility field office parking lot up there off Stony Point Road, and that's RV parking only. And then also there was a growing issue with RVs parking behind the Barlow in Sebastopol, so the city of Sebastopol created an RV village in town using saves to provide the services to that RV village. And this program is year to year. It does receive a significant amount of funding from the county, and future operational funding from the county is uncertain, but that's essentially how Sebastopol is running it, is largely through county funding. So this came up in the ad hoc, because of of course we had previously done this as a pilot program just to see if there was to see if looking into this would be a good use of resources, and just as way of some background information, the point in time count. In 2020, it indicated 37 unsheltered homeless in Cotati, and the 2022 count indicated 79 individuals. But there's for small cities like Cotati, there's a giant asterisk next to that. And that count is based on census tracts, which includes almost all of Rohnert Park west of 101 and all of the unincorporated areas, essentially south of Cotati, including Pengrove, and part of the unincorporated county west. So based on so the methodology is very uncertain, but there are just based on staff experience, there is some limited amount of sleeping in vehicles, primarily we think in the industrial area. There are very few, if any, that we know about actually sleeping outdoors in the city limits currently, but that always is, of course, subject to change. All the local, federal, and sorry, one last thing here, and I'll wrap it up with a recommendation. All local, state, and federal funding streams for these kind of programs are directed to entitlement jurisdictions, and so that means Petaluma, Santa Rosa, and the County of Sonoma. And the continuum of care gets a significant amount of funding now. So non-entitlement cities such as Cotati, how we receive our funding is sort of essentially through the county. We don't actually receive any funding at all, but the county receives it on our behalf. And the county is supposed to be acting on our behalf when they use their funding sort of countywide to help in these efforts. That's why, I think, for example, a lot of the funding is going to, it is year to year, but with Sebastopol to help support their programs. But if we were to dedicate any city funds to a program like this, it would be discretionary contributions from the general fund. So the city so it's just a consideration that the city would have to balance against other needs. And the recommendation on this one is that any strategy that be undertaken as part of this, be part of a comprehensive countywide strategy, so that we're hopefully plugging in a way that's the most useful countywide, because it's definitely not a jurisdictional issue. It's a regional issue. And this would enable joint planning and action. And probably the body best situated for this would be the continuum of care, which we have a representative on, and we do have a permanent joint seat with Rohnert Park on that board. And just feel this would be the best strategy to ensure strategic deployment of resources countywide, and it will also include, once the COC gets up to speed, they are going to be asking for discretionary contributions from all the cities. So that is coming, and it'll probably be in tens of thousands of dollars. It won't be a small thing. So that will be an ongoing, probably ongoing contribution. So just something to keep in mind as you discuss this. And see, wasn't that fast? So with that, I'd be happy.
Depends on your point of view.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
In a geological way, it was very quick. But all kidding aside. All right, so we've had the presentation. Why don't we see if we have any questions from the council first, then we can get to some public comment, then we can come back and start working through these and see where we're at. So any questions from the council on any of these? And I'll start right over here.
I just have one quick question. Damien, could you just explain about the additional information? Because there was one, it says late addition on here. That was my fault because we had a meeting that was canceled where I intended to share some of this in time to get it in the packet. But there was a GARE, Government Alliance on Race and Equity, that has a membership cost of $1,000 a year. It was too late to be added as a recommendation, but could you just, we had talked about that you might do a little follow-up. Can you just explain a little about that?
Sure, yeah. So we haven't, the staff, hasn't really done any research on this item yet. So it's just in there as a placeholder because staff will be looking into it and providing feedback to what will presumably after tonight be the two former members of the ad hoc, so that we can decide what to do, if anything, with that item moving forward.
Thank you.
Anything else from anybody? Councilmember Ford.
Thanks, Damien. Two questions. So let me see if I can find them. On the Leadership Academy, do you have any information from Rohnert Park on whether the graduates or the people who completed that program have started to take on leadership roles in Rohnert Park? Have they seen a return on involvement?
I actually had a discussion with a staff person because I had some questions.
Let me direct that question to Mayor Landman.
Yeah. Thank you. I saw you hesitating for a moment, so I just talked to one this afternoon, and basically, Yeah, well, first of all, the current mayor went through this, Jackie Alworth, who I believe most of you know. And then they have, I'd say, a handful probably of people who are on various, they have numerous committees in a much larger city, so they do have some people through there. They found in some of their election, it drove a couple of people to go for it, but then some other areas, nothing. So I wouldn't call it a mixed bag. There was definitely some pluses to it, and the feedback I got was generally positive from the staff person responsible for this, assistant
Great.
city manager. So yeah, to a degree, it has shown some
return.
Yeah, and and I'll just share since it's related to what you're asking, I asked his view on the company behind this. They go back many, many decades, and he feels he said, I can't say if they're the best in the country or the world or anything, but he says his impression is they're very, very good at what they do and provide. So I think I can share that in the interest of full disclosure. Please do.
Ben, we actually have someone on one of our committees that went through this program. So even for our community, we have at least one person that
Thank you.
is serving.
Yeah, great.
On their own went and did this in Roanoke Park, too.
That's right. Thanks. And my other question is on the work with recruiting firms to advertise more broadly. And one of the recommendations is that adding voluntary demographic questions to job applications. Just want to be clear that the intent is that that information is not available to the people evaluating for the job search, right? So that's information that we can use to evaluate, are we getting the kinds of employee pools we want, not that we're using those voluntary demographic things to make our decisions.
Right, yeah, it can't be on the application or even a consideration, really. It'd
Right.
have to be just like statistical information, basically.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go to Council Member Moore and see if he has any questions he'd like to ask.
Thank you, Mayor Lamb. No, the only question I had was right in line with Councilmember Ford's regarding the Leadership Academy. And other than that, I didn't have any further questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of quick questions. Let's see. Starting on our first one, community engagement, looking for fee waivers and potentially grants for multicultural events. So first of all, on page 159 at the bottom of that last paragraph, it mentions this is recommended for new events only. So are we understanding this as, I want to make sure, is this a one-time thing to help start a new event? Or would it be a new event, new to us, and this would be an ongoing support for that event? What's the proposal?
Well, yeah, we would have to we have to vet the sort of the guidelines, but I think at least my thinking around this was that, I can't speak for the ad hoc members, but my thinking around this would be that it would be, the concern with, new events was that we don't get like the Accordion Festival applying or something. It's like, well, they're obviously a well-established event and they don't need the grant, right? Mm-hmm. But getting people into Cotati having events for the first time.
Sure.
And the grant would most likely be just for the first year event to kind of get them going. Okay. Not to say that that would preclude, it would be something like this would be an annual process. And I guess if the council wanted to, they could consider a second grant in a future year, but.
Well, certainly that initial thing at least ties into what we've done for the last half decade. We've kind of pushed for that to try and create more things. All right. And since this would have a focus in bringing multicultural events for the benefit of different events, bringing different sorts of exposures, foods, musical experiences, you name it, how are we defining that? In other words, if Oktoberfest showed up, if we didn't have Oktoberfest and Gerard was still working at Sally Tomatoes downtown Cotati and wanted to do this, would that not fit under that rubric?
Yeah, I think that would qualify.
Okay.
I mean, it's not specific to culture. It's just, is my understanding. It would be just cultural events.
I would wonder how you would do that. Yeah, and the last thing, how would we work the differentiation? Because I could see some discomfort with some of our established and even other new entrepreneurs who might want to start a new event if it doesn't quite fit this. If there's a significant difference in the value add that we're able to give for this, I could see where there might be some issues to that. But any thought about how to differentiate that or how to make that seem logical and fair?
I'm not sure I totally follow the question.
Yeah, I didn't follow it either.
Yeah.
Bob Coleman would be proud of me. I channeled his spirit tonight, Bob.
Usually I could understand Bob.
Yeah, then I've gone farther. I like it. Thank you. Give me one. Simply put, I'm going to say, let's face it, as you mentioned, existing, if we provide a new benefit that's even more than the rather generous benefits we already give or somebody, other people say, ooh, we want that too. So what's our explanation why we're not going to be offering to somebody who's not a multicultural event, but perhaps is a very good event that brings a lot of benefit for whatever reasons to Cotati? I'm not saying this is a die on the hill thing for me. I'm just curious because I know I say it because I know it's coming. I mean, we've had the accordion festival that makes lots of money, and they're always after us for every break we can give them still. So I know I'm going to see it, or you're going to see it.
Could I make a?
I'd like you to, yes.
So the how to say this, what spurred the creation of this ad hoc was our new goal, our new city level goal, which is to promote an equitable, compassionate, and healthy community that honors diversity as a source of strength. So my thinking is that the rubric, whatever rubric we're going to use to evaluate grant proposals would include that is the goal of this program, is to promote an equitable, compassionate, healthy community that honors diversity as a source of strength. So any event that could show that their event is going to further that goal would be eligible. And if when they're designing their event, they could take a look at that rubric and that goal and try to incorporate that into their plan.
So that's what we're hanging on. It's because somebody might looking that I'm just, without even looking deeply, I'm hearing the word compassion. There might be some events that might relate to that might not even truly be multicultural events that somebody may potentially. All right, that's a logical reason. That's a good answer. Thank you. So I think that's that for that. I had one other question. Let's see, flipping to page 171, what was it? Oh, yeah. It was mentioned here that we'd done some polling and found that only 3% of non-Spanish speakers found it to be a barrier to their participation in government. And there was a description of that generally a usually used definition of was if it's needed 1 time a week or more. But what I'm not seeing in here is what our employees are experiencing. I know we have a few frontline people, fortunately, that do have bilingual skills. How often do we use this? Is it 1 time a week regularly? Is it more? Or is it less? What's the range? Because that's important to me, I think, in this one.
Well, I'll ask for some input from
and I know
some
that's
other staff here,
it
but
can vary. But
yeah, but it does vary. I think like in Park and Rec, it does seem, especially with facility rentals, it seems to be somewhat frequent. And I think just talking with admin services, it seems like with utility billing questions, there's at least some regularity to it.
So do we meet that standard, generally speaking, of 1 a week or more, would you say?
Between utility billing and business licenses, we are seeing more individuals that are interested in starting businesses or working with businesses. We are seeing them maybe 1 every other week, so, where we're assisting them. Again, being a small city, we do have a person on staff that is now bilingual, so it's been a great assistance.
I'm sure.
And we do have a lot of our forms and documentation that is available online in multiple languages.
Good. I just wanted to get a sense of how often the need is, because that's something that's a little opaque to us. We're not down with you every single day at the front desk seeing how often you use various skills. So I think that's all the questions I had.
I will also add, too, I think, actually, Chief, if you want to, I actually learned something today, which I didn't fully appreciate, but that, and maybe you can speak to this a little bit more, but that in dispatch, when you're in dispatch, you have access to like the Babelfish, no matter who calls, you can there's like a million different voice translation options, but so dispatchers I don't think is really a concern. Is my understanding.
I would expect we've had that for years.
Yeah, so no, with the police department, mayor, and council, so we often have people come into the lobby that are Spanish speakers, and fortunately, we have Christina Montoya as a dispatcher greeting them. That happens weekly.
So you'd say at least weekly?
And then Sergeant Gallo speaks Spanish as well. And I'd love to have more Spanish speakers, of course.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. That answers my question. So with that, if there's no more questions from anybody, let's open up to public comment. We'll start locally, and then we'll go to our remote. So I'm going to see if anybody wishes to rise to speak. And I do see somebody approaching the dais. Welcome. And just if you could, for the record, introduce yourself, even though we all know you.
Okay, hello, I'm Kay Rivers, and I wrote quite a few notes, so I know we still, it's 2 minutes with the long, okay, so I'll try and be quick. So one thing I wanted to comment was about the bilingual issue, and you mentioned the 3% saw it as a barrier, and I just did quick math, and that's 225 people who saw it as a barrier rather than just, it would really make me feel more included or welcome or like I am a part of this city if I could read it in my native language. So I feel like the barrier is like the outer edge of what I hope we can offer to our residents to feel a part of our city. And that just brought to my mind, you know, especially like you mentioned the emergency thing. If it is an emergency, that's 225 people who won't know what emergency is happening, right? When I understand the software we're using doesn't allow for that, but I wonder if, I just want to bring to the attention that that feels like a lot of people to me who don't have that, you know, which I'm signed up for it. I think it's super helpful. And I wonder if we can't find a way to include them. And then I just was looking about the assistive listening system and was wondering if that also included translation, if we had that available. I don't know if we do or not now that we're back live. And then, you know, this is just one thing, you know, again, now that we're in person, I am wondering about maybe like a sandwich sign even, or, you know, if we can't have a fancy marquee like the bigger cities, right, that say like, you know, this is when council meetings happen, these are office hours for council members, you know, when the police meetings are taking place, that could be, you know, maybe a rolling, you know, something like when it's happening, it's out there on the physical sidewalk when people walk by or drive past. And for the analyzing data, for the police data, you know, I've heard mention of and lived in places that had community oversight committees for police, and perhaps if we had one of those, they could take the time to analyze the data that the staff doesn't have time for. I want to comment as a teacher, field trips are awesome. And as a public school teacher, you know, if there is curriculum already set up for us and all we have to do is just show up, it actually can be in some ways a little bit of a break for us as well, instead of having to do all this. I see you have 12 seconds. There were just so many things you mentioned all at once. So I guess in my last 5 seconds, I'll say the anti-bias training for recruiting as well as interviewing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go to our remote viewers and see if anybody has any comments they'd like to make.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our Zoom attendees tonight, if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Adrian Lobby, please go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for everyone who did so much work on all of this. I'm disappointed. I see that there's a lot of detail and a lot of good intentions for civic engagement, which I mean, there's nothing in here I don't think is a great thing to do. But in terms of equity, just bringing more people in, it lacks. It needs a lot more work, and frankly, to really address the issues we have, which have to do with racism. But let me just go through quickly. I think the fee waiver and possible grants for multicultural events, yes. Spanish language, yes. Spanish language, yes. And I echo what Kay said. It really is important to get it done. It's not just how many people use it, because if it's not there, they don't use it. And you have to assume that people need it. Another report from the chief of police, yes, very important. All the hiring things are very important, and I'm really proud to see them in here. The contracting, getting a more diverse base of suppliers and contracting, also excellent. Of course, I like the idea of reviving a safe parking program, but again, it's a great thing to do, but it's not about racial equity. And really the impulse behind this committee was racial equity. So I was really hoping to see how we could be more publicly interracial. I was hoping to see a mural of some kind. I was hoping to see other things that were in our, I mean, it's great to have Spanish in our public stuff, but I was at least one of these, I was at one of these events when we discussed all this stuff, and there were so many ideas, and what I see come back is a lot of information about how to get more people involved, which, like I say, that's great. We need more people involved. I've been over at the Sebastopol City Council for off and on for the last year, and they regularly have 20 or 30 people in their council meetings. And they're not all easy people. They're not all people that are nice to be around, but boy, they have really vibrant community engagement. So I'm very big on community engagement. But this is specifically equity. And to spend a year doing this and come back with maybe we should research more Spanish language and maybe we should try this or that. I wished it were stronger. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Marjorie Crump Shears, please go ahead. Marjorie, are you able to unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. I'm using my iPad, and I'm not as accustomed to it. First, I want to say brava to Susan and to Laura. Your work on this has been amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am also very supportive of this effort. I don't know what the next steps are, but I want to see this continue. I am particularly interested in the area of the reporting back from our local police department. I also am particularly interested in the idea of joining the Government Alliance on Race, or GARE. That might be very, very helpful to us in our efforts. But overall, I like this mission. I like the direction that we're moving in, and I support it as much as I can with my brain, my time, just to ask. Thank you.
Meredith Weissman, please go ahead.
I would like to echo what both Adrian and Marjorie said. I appreciate deeply the work of the ad hoc committee on this. I know it was a lot of work and a big, big commitment, well beyond the work of being on the council. And thank you so much for your work. I am excited, and I agree with every single thing in it. We need all of these things. And like Adrian said, we also need more. To be an equitable city and to be inclusive is going to take more than what's in this report. And so what is that more? That's I thought the work of the ad hoc committee. But I'm here and excited to contribute in that next step. And I think Marjorie said some of that too. It might help maybe if instead of looking at a laundry list of things we can do, we start from the other end. What would an equitable city of Cotati look like? And then how do we get there? And I'm happy to help with that visioning and planning. Thank you.
Mayor Landman, that will end public comment.
All right, thank you. So we're going to bring it back. Two questions for the city manager I heard in here. One, are assisted listening devices do auto translation? I believe they're just local wireless systems actually, so I really doubt it, but I'm going to ask because I'm no expert on those.
Yeah, that is true. So it just ties into our sound system. So whatever language is being spoken on the sound system is what it broadcasts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I'm watching the Zoom translation. It's good. It's a definite improvement over the previous AI we used, and this works well. I would recommend strongly if you're using a system like that, this is going to be 100% help if you can track this, even on a phone, but particularly a small device like many in the room are using would be perfect.
yeah, I will also add too that, I mean, we've, at least in my time here, I've never heard of anyone asking for in-room translation as an accommodation or anything like that. So it's, if it ever happens, it's exceedingly rare.
Well, if we had it available, I want to make sure it worked less than I wanted something frustrating like some of just the translation of English we've seen with our previous system and other systems too.
Our Zoom is translatable too, by the way. It auto-translates.
Which, again, solves a lot of problems. And the other question was, could a community oversight board be able to review the data? From the description I heard, this was a highly technical thing that our staff wasn't able to, so I'm assuming if you can't, the council couldn't do it. And if the council wouldn't be able to do it, I'm making the assumption linearly that it would be hard for any public oversight to do this. Is that incorrect? Because it sounds from the problem, it isn't a matter of willingness or time. It's just, this is heavy-duty data stuff, and we don't have the tools or the knowledge or the access to some of it. Could you
Yeah, Mayor,
fill that out for me a little?
Well, you nailed it when you said access. So Department of Justice is only going to allow backgrounded police personnel to dive into this data.
Not even a slightly aging mayor, really? I could try, but I wouldn't get very far. Okay. I just wanted to concern.
But then after the data submitted to DOJ through the Uniform Crime Report and DOJ reporting, eventually it's all public record.
Yeah.
But to get there is a sensitive matter, and DOJ would not allow.
Yeah, I just think it's been a surprise for all of us, including I could tell from staff. We expected to be able to access that sooner and have it, and it's nice that it comes and we have it and it's publicly accessible, but that's not something we're going to impact that way or through that modality either. So I have a request before I realize we're all wound up and ready for deliberations, but I've also been asked if we could take a short 5-minute for deliberations. Is that acceptable to the council? I'm looking at staff. You might be ready too. All right, we're going to take 5 minutes. We'll try not to stretch it too much longer than that, and we'll be right back and we'll get into our discussion. Thank you. You know, someday when it's 3 or 4 pairs of spectacles, then I'm really going to be worried. That would be awful. All right. We've got the council. I think we have most of the staff. We'll let everybody pour their water glasses and get situated and get back started. All right, I'm going to check in with staff. Mr. Obid, are we ready to get back started again?
We're ready to go.
All right. With that, welcome back, everybody. So we're still working on item 11C. And so we're to council, we've had public comment, questions. We're to council discussion now. So as we had talked about, what I'd like to do is go through each item, recommendation, and just quickly do a round robin, as it were, and see if we are satisfied with the staff recommendation. And if we're not, just a short description of what issues we may or may not have with it. Does that sound workable?
Would it be all right for me to make? Would it be all right for me to make a just comment addressing some of the public comment that we had, or before we go through
I'd like to
it?
get actually just back into this, if we could, yeah. Let's see here. So we'll start with our first one, which is on packet page 158. There is also a list, actually, of this, too, on the very back, starting on packet page 173, which might be handy for quick reference if you don't need to look at all of these to speak on it. It does leave out the exploring mid-year verbal report from the police update on packet page 167, but I'll make sure we don't miss that. But it's got everything else there. So at any rate, so the first question was providing a fee waiver, and possibility of grants for multicultural events in La Plaza Park. And I'm going to start right over here this time on the left and see yes or any reservations, pro or con.
I'm in support of the recommendation to handle this through a small grant program. I like Councilmember Sparks' framing of it and establishing a rubric for those evaluations. I would want to see it developed so that it supported neighborhood groups within Cotati that wanted to take advantage of this, and they don't have an organization to receive a grant. So that would require some city structure to support that sort of event as well, perhaps through the rec department or something like that.
So my understanding would be, are you saying to limit this to Cotati?
No, not limit. I said also support Cotati. So the focus in the recommendation is on encouraging outside organizations to come hold their events here. I would like to see this program also support particularly neighborhood groups that want to run such programs.
Well, we did have 2 multicultural events here about a decade ago, and it was from a local business, actually. First one was very successful.
Yeah.
I would think that would be part of it, but I would agree that it should be in there.
Thanks.
Councilmember Harvey, or Vice Mayor Harvey, forgive me.
Well, since I was on the committee, of course, I support the recommendation.
I didn't want to pass you up. You may have something you want to add. You may have changed your mind. I'm going to give everybody their prerogative.
Oh, no, I mean, where we came down on this is we have the park policy, and we wanted to do a little bit more to kind of help get more multicultural events within a community. And if we can help new events, again, we might consider along the same lines of first year, second year type thing as we go along, to just kind of help kickstart, if you will, to bring some new events, there. So the idea here is for sure for the first year, but ultimately, as time goes on, we may want to do a sliding scale, like the first year is X number of dollars, the second year we give you,
Pathway to success, hopefully, right?
Exactly, yeah, to just kind of get it kick-started.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes, thank you. I am in full support of this recommendation as well.
I'm just not going to pass you any of these. Sorry. It'll become like a broken record. I'm sorry. Councilmember Moore.
Mayor Landman, I do support this particular position on this. I might suggest, if it's not out of line, that you might survey the council, and if there's any objections to any of these, those could be brought up, and otherwise look at it as a blanket approval.
Right, yes, no, I intend to let everybody, if they have objections or even just minor suggestions, because staff's collating all this, we're going to see where everybody lands, and it'll give something for them to work with. So, point well taken. Yeah, I think I'm fine with this. I liked the idea of supporting new events, because that matches with the other thing we've done, but I am open to having it be a sliding scale to success. That was a good marketing term. I forgot exactly how I said it. But that's the goal. All kidding aside, that's what we wanted to try to do here and make happen, and bring more events in, and variety of events for our park, because that just brings a lot of value. Let's see.
Mayor Lehman, can I,
Yes.
quick clarification on, the recommendation doesn't limit it to events happening at La Plaza Park, and I hope that, okay, I want to make sure that's not a limitation.
I think that's generally where they go, but I wouldn't think it'd have to. No, I agree.
Right, so I want to make sure it would support neighborhood events as well.
Certainly,
Thanks.
certainly. No.
Okay.
And with that, yeah, I like the idea of making sure, just confirming that this is open, not just to outside groups. That's just the wording. We're open. And ideally, I prefer to see local is better to me. So at any rate, all right. That was an easy one. Let's move on to the next. We are on packet page 160, and this is investigating partnering with Rohnert Park for a joint leadership academy, providing need-based scholarships potentially for Cotati residents. And we have a recommendation of working with Rohnert Park to jointly create a Leadership Central Sonoma County, and modified with a specific element to encourage civic participation as well as general community participation. And I'm going to go the opposite direction and start with Councilmember Moore, if I might. Keep it fair.
This one, I think that would be a positive approach to trying to work with the neighbors next door and having a leadership academy. I mean, an opportunity for people that want to get involved in the community and don't know how to go about that or what might be the appropriate approaches. I think this would be a good opportunity.
Okay. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I'd just make one comment on this, which is that the current groups that most recently came through this academy had a very diverse composition and represented a broad cross-section of society. And I think it's just a fantastic way to allow and encourage folks who don't necessarily have generational knowledge on how to be a leader within a community to just hit the ground running after one of these academies. So I think it's a great, that was why I thought it should be included under the equity heading, because it helps to bring people right into leadership. All right, thank you.
All right. I'm going to jump right to the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with Councilwoman Sparks. The other thing that we found out about this is that folks learning about participation and learning about, in particular, civic stuff, for some folks, they don't have any idea, and it gives them an idea for people considering serving on committees and running for office. Some people, which is probably why you found the numbers that said, I think you were reluctant to say mixed bag. Some people find out that it's more than they thought it was, so it's educational in letting folks know what the different jobs are and what the time commitments and different things like that are. So I think it's a great thing.
And Councilmember Ford.
Full support of this recommendation.
All right, let's see. Yeah, I think I can support this recommendation. I will admit my preference would have been to have, rather than a full pickup of the cost imposed by the city, for example, have those interested or wanting to participate, some pick up some small portion of the tab. But since we're looking at partnering with Rohnert Park, and they don't do it this way, it's open to everybody who lives in the community and everybody who works there. So I imagine we'd be following a similar modality to do that. I would not be surprised, particularly if money from the casino dries up or there's other needs, that eventually it goes to some nominal fee, but as long as it's nominal, I would be supportive of that. So yeah, I can give a thumbs up with the recommendation from staff in this, I think. So Next, we're looking on packet page 161 and to investigate options, cost and options, for providing Spanish language access to the newsletter. And so we're going to do the same thing and jump, trying to remember where I started last. I think it was with Councilmember Moore, so I'm going to you, Councilmember Ford.
All right, thanks.
I'm going to fool all of you and start in the middle one of these times.
Yeah. I agree with one of the public comments that it is not strictly the utilitarian piece that matters here, but the message about who's welcome to participate in city business matters. And so while I might prefer that everything go out in Spanish and English, I'm comfortable with the recommendation that we start to provide provide the newsletter in Spanish, but through electronic access, and not mailed out, just because of the logistics and cost implications of trying to also mail it. So I'm okay with the recommendation.
And Vice Mayor Harvey.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about this is we just got some statistics from the Waste Management Agency, and it goes along with, Spanish language and quite frankly, other languages too. And for instance, on the Zero Waste Sonoma website, they have had over 124,000 visitors. And of that, they found that there was really only 97, and this is in the whole county, translations into Spanish. So I think it's important that we make these steps, and as the need gets greater, we might need to change our approach to more of what Councilmember Ford's saying. We may need to, as that population grows and the need grows, we may need to change that. But I think as a first step, making it available in a way that doesn't delay. I mean, if you look at the timelines, one of the things that we struggled with was the 2 to 3 week delay. And if you keep adding on to that, what you're sending out is already stale, a month old, and then really how useful is it? And this allowed for 2 paths. So the regular letter could be going on its path, and then the Spanish one could be being worked on so that they were available at the same time. So for a first step, it seemed like a pretty good compromise.
All right. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I was okay with the idea of including a QR code and a link directly to the newsletter on the printed letter that went out. As long as it's going to take you straight there and it doesn't say find Spanish translation on our website, which would be really difficult to find. I have trouble finding things on our website sometimes. So if there's something straight on the newsletter that just takes you straight there and it's really clear and really big to show you how to get there, then I was okay with including it that way.
A quick question that you just made me think of. I'm assuming we're not just talking a naked QR code sitting somewhere in a corner. There'll be a short sentence in Spanish explaining, use this link, for all this information, right?
Right, yeah, there'd have to be some Spanish language on the newsletter.
It never hurts to ask these things. I'm not going to assume anything, but yeah, that's important for this to work. All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Moore.
I'm okay with this recommendation.
All right, good. Yeah, I'm fine with that too. I think this is a logical way to approach this. You've all essentially explained all the reasons this is very desirable, and I'm supportive. So we will move on to now we're investigating cost options for providing Spanish language access to city social media posts. Recommendation is continuing to explore translation options for third-party hosted elements of the city website and updating social media procedures to ensure that text is not embedded in images for translations and visually impaired residents, screen readers, or duplicate the text outside of the images. And it mentions it's not feasible at this point in time, at least, to translate Nixle due to the delay for dissemination of emergency information. And they will continue to explore options for emergency communication in other languages. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Moore this time. Are you okay, or do you have any concerns about anything about this particular recommendation?
No, I think this is fine to continue to explore.
Okay. I'm going to come right back again to
Thank you. So throughout our process, there was a lot of, really, the ad hoc committee was Vice Mayor Harvey and I, but we worked really closely with the city manager throughout all of this. And there was a lot of back and forth about what was feasible and what was possible. And so I understand that this is where we're at right now and what we're able to do right now. Personally, I am interested in really figuring out a way to do the Nixle alerts in Spanish, because to me that is just vital to be able to do. And if that means we need to have more bilingual staff capacity, that's yet another reason to get more people on staff who can do translation in Spanish, so that we're always able to find someone who can translate vital safety information. Because even if it's only 3% of people, if it's vital safety information, that needs to be available to them immediately. So we're not able to do it right now. I understand that, but I really want to keep this at top of mind, that we could figure out a way to do this in the future.
Understood. Let's see, we're going back this way. Vice Mayor Harvey.
Yeah, I concur. I think that there are ways to do this, and maybe there are other tools that can be used to get emergency information out. Maybe there's a third-party tool that does the translation, like some of the other social media sites. So maybe, we might move away from that to something else, if that's the best way for us to do it, because the last thing I would want us to do is hold up getting emergency information out there to the public while we translate it. So there's got to be something else out there that I think we can.
Yeah, it is possible the county has some tools, but we haven't fully explored that yet.
Right.
And Councilmember Ford.
Similarly, I'll pile on the need to get that Nixle thing figured out. I'm on Nixle for some other cities, and they do it, so I know it's possible. I think we need to figure it out. It doesn't mean you have to delay the initial send. You can send the English version, and when you get it translated 2 minutes later, you send the version with both languages. I don't think it's a problem. Thanks. So I'm okay with the recommendation, but I agree we got to keep pushing on it.
All right, and I'm satisfied with this. Much like Zoom, I know translation and major browsers is very robust and actually pretty dependable nowadays. So this is a good service, and I think that would be wonderful. So this jumps us to the top of page 163, and now we're being asked if we want to expand social media outreach to Nextdoor, more frequent posts. And the recommendation, and I won't go through all the description in the background, but unless there's some way to create greater visibility with the posts, such as companion emails, text messages, the recommendation is actually to discontinue use of Nextdoor. And I think last time I started with Councilmember Moore, so I'm going to look right over Councilmember Ford.
Yep, I'm comfortable with this recommendation. Maintaining a social media presence is a big staff time sink, and if we're not getting any return on it, I'm good with this.
Okay. Vice Mayor Harvey.
Yeah, I was very disappointed by the way Nextdoor works, and it explains a lot. So you looking into it explains why we don't get a lot of feedback on Nextdoor and how the neighborhood thing complicates things. So I'm good with this.
All right.
Yeah, I'm okay with jettisoning Nextdoor.
Cold. All right, we'll see if Councilmember Moore is quite as brutal as us. Where are you at, Councilmember Moore?
I think we're okay not being on the Karen network. Thank you very much.
All right. I should never challenge you. That's right. Yeah, I noticed Nextdoor, it really tries, its focus seems to try to keep larger organized things, political entities, government entities out, and keep it more just the neighbors. So the neighbors have robust conversations, but yeah, I can see where it's problematic for the city, and I wouldn't want you, I think you put it perfectly, Ben, wasting that time. I don't know if you put it quite so bluntly, but it is important what we do with this. It is the messages we do, the outreach we do is important, but time and money, and with a city this small and a staff this small, it has to be used wisely and for the best end results. So I think that's great. Sorry, Nextdoor. Let's see. So we're being asked on the bottom of page 163 now to investigate options to upgrade the electronic bulletin board downtown marquee. Let's see. And the recommendation is to include an electronic marquee as a potential project during strategic planning for fiscal year 23-24. And it goes on, I'm not going to read it all, to describe how you might get a better outcome from various procedures using this, and also talks about backup power and ensuring access to sign updates by the city manager's office as well as police dispatch. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Moore this time, see where you're at in this one.
Thank you, Mayor Lemon. I have been advocating for this for years with City Manager Obid, but due to various circumstances, we have not been able to do this. So I think it would be something that would be positive. So I would support this.
All right, we'll go right to Councilmember Sparks.
I'm in favor. No additional comment.
Well, I want to break up the party. I'm going to say I would absolutely hate this. I think it's no secret. We've talked about it, and I certainly understand why staff wants this. That lovely, antiquated, charming old sign we have takes a lot of manpower or person power to change on a regular basis. The information is pretty fixed when we put it out there, so it has some shortcomings. I do have to say, though, it's not a matter of aesthetics like a freeway sign. I've seen electronic signs, and I've been looking for years, like Windsor put a lot of money in trying to do something. And, you know, we can have all the protections we talk about, not only using black and white, only occasionally using animations or color and vetting through procedures. You know what? It's still going to wind up. It's another electronic sign. And my personal perspective, and I believe many in the town, is just more visual pollution, the type of stuff we ignore. And getting more information out isn't necessarily helpful if people turn off to it. People kind of dig our sign and generally will look at it. And I'll point out, kind of related to that, if we look at some of the things, changes potentially come to this community, particularly the downtown, related to some of the changes in housing from the state, and the various concerns we have and the concerns the public is starting to have about the loss of, as we've said many times, the small town charm of Cotati, we might be well served to try and keep as many small facets as we could. So I recognize this is illogical, not useful, but I think it's much nicer looking, much more charming. And if I was here to vote on it, I think you know which way I'd be voting. So having said that, I'm going to write to the Vice Mayor.
This is an interesting one because, you know, over the years, there's been a lot of folks that have wanted information on that marquee, and it's so small, we're very limited, and as you put it, it's very, very labor intensive. And this was one area where a lot of folks said that they get their information from. They, you know, are always at that intersection, and that's kind of how they know what's going on. So I think in an effort to get more information out, I think we need to kind of move on with the times and get something that's easily changeable by the police dispatchers, easily changeable by the city's manager's office, so that we can keep people readily informed.
And Councilmember Ford.
I share some of Mayor Landman's concerns about the aesthetics and the visual pollution potential. But I do support including it as a potential project in our strategic planning work in 2023-24, as it's on here. So, but I will be looking for options that don't look like gaudy, and so et cetera. I think the direction in the discussion is useful. One of the most appealing aspects for me is its potential use in emergency situations. Thanks.
Yeah, I can see that. All right, so that concludes that one. Now we're on page 164, and we're to providing space in the downtown wayfinding bulletin board for public use. And I believe we started with Councilmember Moore, so you're back in the hot seat, Councilmember Ford. The question is if we want to support that, and the recommendation is rather long. It's initiating a pilot to utilize the existing cabinet currently holding recreation flyers by keeping one side locked for city postings and removing the lock on the other side, and it goes on to describe how the maintenance would work and when the flyers would be taken down.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the recommendation for the pilot.
I think this is a good start to give the citizens a place to be able to post things that is not so time consuming, because we have staff here at City Hall that can rotate the management of this, and it sounds like the city manager has a good thought on a schedule that will work for everyone.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yeah, this is something a lot of folks were just asking for in some of our community meetings, so that's how it got here. Thank you.
All right, and we'll go to Councilmember Moore.
I would support the pilot on this. Thank you.
Okay. I have no strong feelings about it. I honestly, maybe if a lot of people are asking for it, I haven't heard it. If they are, maybe that's good. I can't see a lot of, I know we have people in out of City Hall, but the problem we have is we have our nice wayfaring things that unfortunately were designed without full signage on both sides, both in the lagunas where they're getting tagged and a lot of problems with that. And then in the downtown where there's just a lot of, people are putting notices up. And you know, I mean, a lot of things, tape eventually will make that look bad, but it's not a terrible thing. But I think we have to decide if we're going to have that down there and we don't want people to post on it, then we need something up there. Whether it's pictures like Novato did. They had pictures, historic pictures, screen printed in matching colors designed to go nice of some of those historic buildings. And we certainly have that. Our buildings in our old downtown are just as old as the buildings in old Novato. Something to fill that space up, otherwise this continues there. And I'm not completely, I came to terms with it. I've been very upset to see our signage that the community worked so hard to agree on and paid for, just decimated by repeated tagging along the Laguna. I think that's another place we need to fill those empty spots up. But I'm comfortable with people putting stuff in the downtown. It's a pretty classic Cotati thing. But as far as this, if you guys like it, I'm fine with it. For me, it's like, eh. So, all right. With that rousing support, we'll move next to the bottom of page 165, which is in investigating ways to increase participation at police beat meetings, including varying days, times, locations, and more publicity. And the recommendation, again rather long, using volunteers or interns to actually hand-deliver flyers to homes and business in each beat in advance of these biannual meetings to raise awareness. And if this isn't available, then there's discussion, perhaps including this part of our direct mailing twice a year, and reduce those costs by putting it in the same envelope as the utility bill mailers or incorporating it into the utility mailer. So there's a cost there, but it's reduced that way. And I believe last time, I don't know where I started, so I'm going to start with the vice mayor for a change of pace and then go this direction.
Oh, gee, thanks. No, I think this is great to deliver something to people's houses. You know, having campaigned and walked this community multiple times over, I think this is really actually a lot easier because you can actually go put one on each door. So I think it's just a personal touch to be able to go out to, you know, each community member's house, and we'll see if that doesn't up the participation. I think we get so many emails and the things on flyers and things like that it kind of gets overlooked. But if you have something in your hand and you can stick it on the fridge or stick it wherever you know, put things that you want to keep a hold of, I think it's worth a try.
All right. I'm going to go jump right to you, Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I'll agree with everything Vice Mayor Harvey said, and I'll just add also that one of the challenges in getting people to beat meetings is if they're, you know, if they hardly want to go in the first place, the added barrier of figuring out what beat they're in and what time it's at and all of that might just be too much of a barrier to get them to show up. So just a flyer that says you're in beat 3, here's what time the meeting is, would go, I think, go a long way to getting people to come.
Good. Councilmember Moore.
I would support the effort on this.
All right. And we'll wind back to Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I support the recommendations to just directly embed the searchable map in the beat web page, neighborhood officer page, and figure out some better publicity for the beat meetings. I think Councilmember Sparks' point that that what people get needs to say, you're in this beat, go here to go to your beat meeting. It shouldn't say, go to this fancy new web page we have and zoom in on the map and find what beat you're in. Yeah, thanks.
All right, let's see. So we made the rounds. I'll say, yeah, the public may well appreciate this. People sometimes appreciate people coming door to door. I know during elections I'm often told, you're annoying me during dinner, but I like the fact that you electeds in this town actually do this. So there could be an advantage. So I say we can try it. It may not make a big difference. I suspect if people are generally satisfied with things, sometimes there's not a lot of turnout. But, you know, neighborhood issues do arise. People might want to weigh. Sometimes not everybody's dialed into what's going on. If this isn't problematic or too cost effective over time and it doesn't make a big difference, we can always change course. But I would support giving it a start because I think our police beat program is a great thing. I think that's a good thing to do. So, okay. So let's see, now we are at the top of packet page 167. We're looking at exploring providing a mid-year verbal update to the City Council from the Chief of Police, including current activities, focused enforcement events, crime trends, new programs, and community engagement. Just basically what we've been doing but doing it one more time in the year, I think. And the recommendation is to include an annual mid-year verbal report from the Chief to the City Council as described, and it does mention some limitations with associated data analysis that we've talked about, but other than that, it's essentially what was asked for. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Sparks and go this way. Told you I'd keep you guessing.
I'm sorry, are we on the Verona Fleddy Ranch or the?
No, I'm on, this is the mid-year verbal update to the city council.
Okay, that's the one that's skipped in between. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh, you're using, that's,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's the one that missed the list.
Okay, I get it now. Thank you. Yes, I'm in support of this recommendation.
Beautiful. All right, we're going to the Vice Mayor.
I am supportive of this recommendation.
Doing well so far. We're going to Councilmember Ford. Let's see if this holds.
Me too.
They all seem to like you, Chief. We'll go to Councilmember Moore. Here could be the tough one.
Sure.
Well, that was pretty easy. Yeah, no, I think I'm very pleased, actually, with the effort our staff, in particular our officers and the police department, made to be part of community outreach in the last couple of years and really expand what they do to match the need of the times. And I think this is a good thing, so thank you for that. All right, so let's see. Let's see what we have next. So, still middle of packet page 167, work with Farmster to incorporate CRPUSD public school class field trips to Verona Fleddy into future work plans. And the recommendation is, as staff mentioned, there's some issues with bandwidth for teachers, but they intend to remain in contact with the program administrator over the school district and coordinate opportunities if and when they're willing and able to engage at Verona Fleddy. So let's start with Councilmember Moore. Does that work for you?
Certainly, if and when they're available, I think it'd be great.
Okay. Councilmember Sparks.
Yes, I'm very supportive of this.
Yes, I'm supportive, and I'm wondering, Damien, if we could ask them to add this to their work plan. That's a way to, make sure that it doesn't fall off their commitments to us.
Our licensees' work plan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councilmember Ford.
I agree with Vice Mayor Harvey, yes.
Yeah, and I will agree with Vice Mayor Harvey and everything else that has been said in this one. All right, so now we're at the top of page 168, and we're under hiring, and we're talking about investigating and providing just-in-time, anti-bias, and equitable interview practices training for employees who will participate in job interviews. And skipping over the recommendation, it just recommends the city develop an annual training for supervisors and managers who are generally part of all interviews. Mentions they may be held virtually. The minimum of one question to assess applicants' sensitivity to diversity could be incorporated into job interviews. And given the complexity of employment laws, recommended that LCW provide this training and feedback on interview questions. And I'll start with you again, Councilmember Ford, and we'll work this way.
Thanks. For me, this is one of the most important recommendations in here, and I've been the beneficiary of such training as a member of hiring committees in my day job, and it really makes a difference when done well. My only concern about the recommendation is I don't know this law firm, and my experience is that that a check the boxes and satisfy the legal requirements approach is actually not what's needed. That an approach to this training that really focuses on intent to build a more diverse pool and build a more diverse city staff is more important than the legal requirements. So I just want to make sure that as we work with this law firm to develop the training, that some of these bullets, that it leads with the legal requirements bullet, and in my experience, those dominate the trainings when they're designed by the lawyers. And so that's my worry, that the other bullets are more important. Thanks.
Vice Mayor
Harvey. I did find some other training out there, but I'm not sure that it was not a legal firm also. I think that the reason the city manager went with this recommendation is this is our employment attorney staff. So this is kind of with all of our employment and our MOUs and all of that. This is the company that we use. I was surprised that they had a training, but it sounds like they do. So attached in the staff report were the questions that, that JC had. And I also found a whole bunch of questions just from various websites that had kind of DEI questions. So there's a whole lot of information out there. But I think that where Damien was trying to push this is they are our employment attorneys. So in order to defend us in anything, it's not a bad idea to run, you know, the questions kind of by them rather than just generically. So that's kind of why I was kind of okay with leaning in this direction. Of course, we should look at the workshop that they have, and if we, you know, if it doesn't feel like it's suitable, then we can always, you know, change, because there are other places that do it. But that's kind of where my head was at when I was okay with this.
And Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I think that Councilmember Ford brings up a good point, and I do think we should probably look into seeing if there are any other options. I know the city manager's already looked into it and tried to find a few different options, but if we could maybe continue casting that net and just see if there's any other options that we could bring to this. I did think that the description that our law firm provided of the training that they offer, it did seem to be what we're looking for. So just based on the written description, I'm comfortable with it, but I don't think it would hurt to just see if there's anything else out there that provides a similar service.
All right, Councilmember Moore.
I would support this. I think training is a good thing.
Okay. Yeah, I hear the concerns, but I also have to say if the training didn't have a legal background involved somewhere, I'd have some concerns about that realistically too. And my notes, just before you actually said it, same idea. It's like, try it and see. From what I hear, the prospectus they put forward looks like it actually may work. So, you know, this is something that can always be changed. You're going to be here a while. These things, if somebody doesn't deliver appropriate services, you find a different vendor. So, but it's not a bad thing to start with, at least. So thank you. So let's see, that takes us then to the middle of page 169. Work with recruiting firms used by the city to advertise jobs more broadly and in places likely to reach underrepresented groups to ensure diverse candidate pools. And the recommendation on the top of page 170 is that when we use a recruiter, recruiting for a diverse candidate pool can be a stated criteria in their scope of work, and that moving forward, the city can add voluntary demographic questions to the job applications to develop a better understanding of applicant diversity relative to the surrounding community, which would then help focus on future diversity initiatives. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Moore and get your thoughts on that and work back this way.
I think if we do better outreach via the recruiter to hopefully obtain a greater diverse pool, it would be a positive situation. And I don't know that there's much more that I can add to that particular thought.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thanks. This is another one where I think this is a good starting point, and as we go forward, we can continue to see how it works, see if we get the pools that we, more diverse pools, and then keep adjusting if we need to in the future. But I think this is a good starting point.
Okay. Vice Mayor Harvey.
I agree.
Councilmember Ford.
Me too.
Yeah, and I think it's an acceptable starting point. We'll see how that works. So that jumps us, excuse me, to our next item, review job classifications for opportunities to include bilingual as a desired job skill. And the recommendation says it is possible that the city could justify this preferential language on certain frontline positions, such as certain front counter jobs, recreation, and police. A study to review and document these job positions would likely cost around $10,000 to $15,000, depending on the number of positions. And it also points out that calling out this as a desired skill would also likely result in a request for bilingual pay from bargaining groups in future negotiations. So that's, I'm guessing, a direction that justifying we're suggesting, the city's suggesting, will justify preferential language in certain frontline positions, and we're just mentioning the costs and the fact that they'll bargaining resources down the road if we go this route.
Just that there's, I mean, just in full disclosure, just that there's upfront costs of actually doing it, and then there's probably going to be future costs if the council agrees to give that in the future.
Okay. I'm going to start with Councilmember Moore and work back this way.
I would support the recommendation on this.
All right. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out one thing about the $10,000 to $15,000 estimate. I believe that that's sort of a ballpark estimate that would be substantially lower if we were targeting specific jobs. That would be could you provide some clarity, Damien, Mr. Obid, on how many job classifications we would be going through to get to that $10,000 to $15,000?
Well, so, yeah, it would be, I mean, it would be probably, somewhere in the 5 to 10 range, 5 to 10 job classes range.
5 to 10 job classes to do $10,000 to $15,000. So if we identified a few really high impact job classes where we thought it was particularly important, we could bring that cost substantially down. Is that right?
Yeah, it's per position. So
yeah, because it's the time for the lawyers to go through the job class, right?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring that up for council. If that, I don't know what Councilmember Moore's rationale was for not being supportive, but if it was the price tag,
I
then...
think actually he was supportive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't try and change his mind. You'll
I'm sorry. I misheard. I'm so sorry. I thought he was. I somehow misheard. Okay. Well, great. Never mind.
But we did now just lower the number of positions we need to do so. See, this is how the back and forth works. I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think in the other paragraph it says it's $1,500 to $2,500 a position. I think this is important, and the way that there is a path to doing this, we can't just say it on our job descriptions. We have to be able to justify having this preferential language. And the categories that are listed on here, the counter jobs and recreation and police, do lend themselves, I think, more to that. And so I mean, even if it's $15,000, I'm supportive of us doing that study to determine, to be able to provide that justification for having that preferential.
All right, and then.
I'm likewise supportive that if directors want to make a case for a position in their area, that there's clearly an informal level within staff, just a discussion to see, do we think we meet the criteria here before we're going to spend the money with the staff. So I think it's well worth it. If we do actually meet these criteria, it's worth it to spend the money to actually be able to list bilingual as a preferred qualification.
I have so many notes in my page I can't even see. Yeah, I think, I actually came to this not quite sure. My note is need to prove actual need, justified cost, not just occasional use, and the standard I was given. And I didn't hear anybody shoot down. Was that essentially one time a week or more? And it sounds like what I'm hearing from staff is that we do generally meet that often enough to say that we meet that need. And I have to say I am convinced of the value, certainly for certain front counter positions, and particularly at PD, maybe even rec, I don't know. Do like the idea of starting out lower with that and keeping it limited, and seeing how much the need really is, and being flexible then if the need does drive this, then that provides the right level of service. So I think we're seeing support for that as well. So let's see. We're now to the middle of 171, and explore contracting as a means to employ a more diverse base of suppliers and contractors. And the recommendation is that the city continue to engage with the county on a joint procurement effort that is currently underway and report back to the council once that program is further development to see if continued participation is cost effective and achieves equity in contracting. So I'm going to start right with the Vice Mayor and see what you think.
Yeah, this one got a little complicated pretty quickly because there's all these rules and regulations around what you can do and how you have to bid and how you have, so it's not as simple as the sentence states. So we have to really consider, all the different methods that we employ folks. But I think that using the county on joint procurement is really a way to help with this. So hopefully the county will find a vendor. It sounds like they've already put out an RFP, so that's good. And then we can just kind of see how that works.
All right. Councilmember Ford, what do you think of this?
I agree with the Vice Mayor. This seems like a good avenue because developing an equitable contracting program all by ourselves sounds like a heavy lift. So I'm very glad there's a joint effort.
Yeah. All right. And I'm going to go to Councilmember Moore and get your thoughts on this, if I might.
I would support the recommendation, and hopefully we can get some benefit working with the county.
I'm seeing a smile on your face, even though I can't see it. I can just picture it. Councilmember Sparks.
Yes, I'm supportive of this as well.
All right. Yeah, I will support this as well. Moving on next, homelessness. Investigate the possibility of reviving the safe parking program, including funding models and possible locations. And let's see, let me get down to, this one has so many. Here's the recommendation. It's recommended that any strategy be undertaken as part of a comprehensive countywide strategy through joint planning and action of the continuum of care. This will best ensure strategic deployment of resources countywide, which will most likely include significant required ongoing discretionary city contributions, and that the staff will update the council on the status of the countywide strategy during strategic planning. I'll start over here with Councilmember Ford and see where you're at in that one.
Thanks. As it's phrased, I support the recommendation, but I also think I would like to see the city actually go for it when there are opportunities to be a part of the addressing homelessness. For instance, Roanoke Park, which is not an entitlement jurisdiction, moved incredibly quickly to build a large number of supportive housing units through, Room Key, whichever, Home Key, thank you. And so it is possible for non-entitlement jurisdictions to play a significant role, and I want to see us step up. Thanks. All right, Vice Mayor Harvey.
I would agree with Councilmember Ford. We can get there. It may just be baby steps. It's really difficult, as you say, for us to do kind of things on our own, but hopefully some of the work that's coming through the continuum of care will allow for us to, have funding and be able to do various programs. I know that's kind of putting all of our eggs in one basket at this moment, but for right now, it seems like the prudent thing to do until we see exactly how that's going to work and what it is that they're going to be able to provide.
All right, Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. Personally, yes, I would also like to see us go farther in the future, but I think that's something that I'll just continue to bring up during strategic planning and goal setting in the future. There seems to be a perception that from some people that we don't really have very much of a homelessness issue in Cotati, but I don't really think that that's true because I've seen people sleeping outside. I cleaned up a camp along the creek in my own neighborhood personally, so I know that from time to time we do have unhoused people. They're just not very visible, so I'd like to see us do more in the future.
And Councilmember Moore.
Well, I would support the recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, I'll bring back. I could support this recommendation. I will admit, we had our first safe parking program. I was very supportive of that, but we had a partner that came to this through Catholic Charities. They had already provided a list, and within that list, they were more than willing to make sure that the people we were supporting were local residents, and we had a focus on newly homeless families, women with children that were newly homeless, providing a safe place to sleep, and then also trying to have services to hopefully get them back rehoused quickly because there's a greater success. I think that was great. I would be less likely to want to charge into just we're Cotati, we're providing some housing here. or a parking program without actually seeing something need-based behind it. I agree we do have some homeless that we do see, and that's what we see here. But what I see, and we've noticed for years with the point-in-time counts, is they don't really reflect our community. I mean, as we look at this, it's a census tract, including most of Roanoke Park and areas of the unincorporated county. And we know those are areas where we have a lot of homeless. So all we can go by is what we perceive in our neighborhoods, in our creeks, what our police and what our city officials see. And I don't see that as something where I would provide a large level of services, because then I think essentially, I'll say it, I think we'd be pulling people from other areas, from Roanoke Park, from Sebastopol, from the unincorporated county here, and I'm not sure that's a place I'd want to go. I think I look at it, I follow it like Roanoke Park did. If the need arises, then you have to take action. And if you can't get support from entitled larger areas, then you have to do it yourself. But I think I would be careful of not taking that step until it was required. Just my personal take. All right, so let's see. By gosh, I think we got all the way through it, and I think we pretty much either had complete agreement or any disagreement was minor enough that there was a clear consensus. Do you have any questions in anything, City Manager Obid, from a staff perspective?
Nothing. No, all the direction, I think, on all the items are clear.
Okay.
Just to wrap it with a bow is a motion incorporating all those measures and dissolving the ad hoc. And I will say, too, if there's any sort of general, it's like 15 items, so if there's any general sense of priority in any one of those items, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll basically do them as they're sort of.
Would it be acceptable to the council in terms of prioritization, if anybody's interested, if there's something that really jumps out of the ones we all agree that we wanted to do, to provide that as a private email to the city manager for him to then use and see if there's any. Is that workable?
I will say. Or
do you want me to walk through the whole list again and try and
No.
I'm glad to hear that. I didn't know if we wanted to do that.
I mean,
Councilmember Ford, you had something you wanted to offer?
Well, I was just going to say, I think a lot of the prioritization will happen during strategic planning next year.
Kind of my thought. That's why I wouldn't, even if I was going to be here, I don't think I'd take the time to do that. And these are all, there's some that are bigger ticket items, but they're ones that may not be quite reachable. Most of the other ones that we know we're able to do and get a handle on right now, they seem to have some equivalence in terms of benefit. So it'll be a matter of how quickly staff can stage them too. It might not be just our interest, it's how quickly some things will fall into place well, and others might take a little more time. So there'll be that. Probably we need to hear from you what order you can do them in too. I think it's strategic planning.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the order I'll do them in from now until then will be, there's some easy ones that we can just check off and get done right away.
Exactly.
And others are going to be more time consuming to get done. And so that will
All right, so
be the order of things.
before we adopt a motion, I just want to take a second and thank Vice Mayor Harvey and Councilmember Sparks for putting a lot of time into this, having the fun of having public events during the even more hairy days of the pandemic, and generally putting a lot of time and effort into this. Long, difficult, frustrating, but you know, there are results, and I thank you both for your efforts. I'm sure the community is very grateful.
Absolutely. I agree.
So with that, then I'm looking for somebody brave enough to give me a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion that the City Council approve the recommended measures from the Equity Ad Hoc, that we direct the City Manager to implement said measures as staff time and resources allow and according to priorities set in next year's strategic planning process, and that we dissolve the ad hoc committee.
All right, and do we have a second from anyone?
Second?
And a second from Councilmember Sparks. All right, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks?
Yes.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey?
Yes.
Mayor Landman?
And a yes. Thank you, everybody. All right, we are moving through this agenda rapidly now. We are to item 11D, which is the award of a construction contract for the Cotati Park Revitalization Project to Oak Grove Construction. And I'll ask if we can have our staff report on that, please.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, Craig Scott, Public Works Director, City Engineer. Tonight's item is to the request award of the Cotati Park Revitalization Project to Oak Grove Construction. As you mentioned, The project is identified in the city's park capital plan as a priority near-term project. The concept project identified in the capital plan was further refined during design through a series of 4 public workshops and an online survey. The design was finalized and the project advertised for bidding in October, with bids open on November 8th. And this construction contract excludes the restroom, which is under a separate contract that was previously approved by the council. The city received 3 bids on November 8th, with the low bid from Oak Grove Construction for amount of just under $2 million, which is 5% below the engineer's cost estimate. That's about $100,000 less. Staff has reviewed the bid and has determined it to be complete and responsive and recommends it for award. The construction management ensures the work is done in accordance with contract documents will be conducted by Integra Planning plus Landscape Architecture, or other just goes by Integra. Integra completed the design and preparation of the bid documents for the project. The Cotati Park Revitalization Project is in the city's adopted budget, with funding from a combination of general funds, Measure S, county parks, Measure M taxes, Proposition 68 state grants, development bed tax fees, and park in lieu fees. Accounting for the construction contract, construction management, and a 15% contingency, staff is requesting an additional appropriation of unencumbered general fund reserves in the amount of $161,960 and a total not to exceed project budget. That brings the total project budget to $2,549,860. Okay, so in summary, the staff is recommending City Council adopt a resolution awarding the construction contract to Oak Grove Construction, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement and any needed change orders to that agreement and amendments to the construction management agreement, and approving a project budget amendment in an amount of $161,960 for the project. So with that, I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
I'll look to the council. Any questions from anybody? Councilmember Sparks.
A question. I for some reason I was thinking that the park was going to have some adult fitness features, and I don't see that listed in the background. Is that still?
I could run down generally what the improvements are, and it does include a fitness center, which is going to have a covered awning, a shade structure on there. The playground equipment gets replaced. There's a covered picnic area, an added pathway that veers away from the existing pathway, bike racks, of course the restroom, drinking fountain, additional lighting, and then basically it's phase 1 plus, because about the only thing not included in this project that was in the capital plan is the splash pad. And there's the room carved out for that to put in at a later time. But just about everything else is included.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Mayor Hardy.
I just wanted to add to that, for Councilmember Sparks' benefit, there were a few public sessions on this, and they were really very well attended, and it was great to see the community, and a lot of folks even had their children on, and Ashley did a great job of kind of giving people visual aids as to what the different options were and stuff. And I think it was really greatly done. And everyone got to vote on different things, but it was great to see that process. And that park has so desperately needed to be upgraded. And I am super excited that it's going to have a bathroom and water.
All right, let me check in with Councilmember Moore. Did you have any questions for staff on this?
I do not.
All right, so with no further questions, and I'm going to open this to public comment. I will start locally here and see if anybody wants to speak in this. Nobody's approaching the podium. I will jump to the remote viewers and see if anybody would like to comment.
Thank you, Mayor Landman. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Landman, that will end public comment.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back and see, is there any further discussion from the council? I'll just say very briefly, I'm very pleased to see that, looking from the vantage point of 13 years, perhaps not a long time together here, but where we've got to a place where we can be doing these things for the community. All the projects, you look what's going on throughout town, the construction outside here right now, and now approaching the parks like this. I don't know when the last time Katati Park got a facelift, but I don't know if it even ever has, frankly. And to see that we have an organization that can provide this level of services to a community, because that's really, to my mind at least, our primary job. That's what we're here for, to run a city. And so I'm just really pleased about this and would be very happy to see somebody move this resolution.
I would be very happy to move adoption of a resolution awarding the construction contract for the Katati Park Revitalization Project to Oak Grove Construction and authorizing the city manager to execute said agreement and any needed change orders and amendments, including to the design professional services agreement with Integra, up to the approved project budget.
All right. Do I have a second? And I hear a remote second, our second remote second, historically ever. Thank you, Mr. Moore. So we have our first and our second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks?
Yes.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey?
Yes.
Mayor Landman?
And that's a big yes here, too. All right. Looking forward to seeing that. That's going to be great. So that concludes our regular agenda. I believe we are now to the city manager's report. So you're back up, Mr. Obid.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So water main flushing is continuing, and it's a routine part of maintenance. The city has been flushing the water mains to remove fine sand from the distribution system. And it was conducted, the main flushing operation was conducted last Wednesday and Thursday, and will resume again after Thanksgiving week on December 5th and run for 2 more weeks till the 16th. And administrative services assisted with nearly 2,100 mailed notices that went out to the entire east part of town, and they were east of 101. And additional notices went out via voice messages and texts in English and Spanish, and the city plans to send out additional messaging following the Thanksgiving weekend. So that is going on, and you may hear about it from residents. The sewer main project right outside the door here. The city is replacing the West Sierra Avenue sewer main from Olaf to Cypress, and you can just expect some delays as they work their way up the street with the new sewer main. And it should be, I think right now we're planning on it being done by the end of the calendar year. The Katati Park refurbishment, great news, it got awarded tonight. I don't know if you guys knew that, but anyway, that'll get going soon, so that's exciting. It's been a long time in the making. The housing element, Noah mentioned earlier that the housing element was submitted last Friday, and it kicks off the review period for state HCD. And we plan to return to City Council after the 1st of January with further updates on that process. And then just some event stuff to let you know about. We have the tree lighting coming up on December 2nd, holiday shop and stroll on December 3rd, breakfast with Santa on December 10th, and well, I won't even get into next year right now. It's enough for right now. But right now we're doing the Thanksgiving break camp, and it's been sold out. So kids are playing, doing crafts. They're even learning how to cook their own mini apple pies, I hear. So that's going well. We also are having camps again for the 2 weeks off for winter break in December, and the 2 camps run from the 19th to the 22nd of December, and then 26th to 29th. 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. with extended care options in the early morning or afternoon. But space is limited. I mentioned the tree lighting. That's in La Plaza Park from 4 to 8 a.m. And there's a whole bunch of entertainment and like snacks and stuff. I won't go through it all just for the sake of not dragging this meeting out longer, but there's a lot of fun stuff happening. So I'd highly recommend anyone go to that. And on December 3rd, the Shop and Stroll, that's the Katati Farmers Market operates that event, and it closes down Old Rowood Highway between 11 a.m. So the hours have expanded. It's 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. downtown. It's a great way to shop, support small businesses, and get great holiday gifts for your loved ones. And it's going to be from La Plaza to Charles Henry. That's where the closure is going to be. The bar didn't like it so much, I think, in the liquor store, so I don't know. I think it's just more compact, but better received. So that's coming right up. And then Breakfast with Santa, even though I just made a big announcement about it, I'm sad to say it's sold out. So if you didn't register between when I announced it and when I just said this second thing, then you've already missed out. But you can add your name to the wait list. We are doing a drop-in shop on December 17th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the Katati Room. That's where you can drop your children off just to come play and do camp stuff while you go shopping and, do other things while the kids are occupied. And then last thing and then I'm done is just added in December is a Spanish program for 5 to 8-year-olds through our partners Colors of Spanish. It's a 4-day program, and children become familiar with the art of the holiday season and engage through interactive activities, games, art, music, and more. All levels of Spanish fluency are welcome. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, well, let's see if we have any questions from the council. I'm seeing a thoroughly beat down council once again tonight. It means I've done my job. Let me check with our remote council member, Councilmember Marr. Any questions for the city manager?
None at this time. Thank you, Mayor Lemon.
Okay, so I've got everybody. That's good. All right, so that jumps then to city council member reports. And let me start over here. Anything from you?
Just a real quick one. Thank you. I attended the great event put on by the Katati Historical Society, the history of music in Katati. They had a wonderful panel. I came in late and there were 80 people there when I got there. So I think it was recorded. I'm not sure how to access that yet, but it was just fantastic. So let people know about that.
I think there could be potentially a lot of interest for events like that and others in our City Hall complex. I know there was interest years ago that kind of got a nascent start and didn't quite work. I don't think we were in a position to support it, but I do think that's something that people could work on in the future here and might provide a lot of value to the community, just like that. Anybody else? Susan, go ahead.
Just one highlighted thing from the Zero Waste Sonoma meeting. We provided a green resolution to the Grabenstein Apple Fair for their commitment to community and environment through implementation of proactive waste management practices. They really have fine-tuned their event. I mean, they have stations set up to make sure that this is a truly different kind of event. They have glassware rather than plasticware, and just to, and they have people manning the stations, because oftentimes what happens is folks kind of like stand there, and I've seen them at our events, you kind of like stand there with something, you go, well, does it go here, does it go there? They actually had people helping, and they had an interesting other section, and that was food waste. And that actually they worked with local pig farmers. So the statistics from their event was they were able to give out 7,000 pounds of pig food. They had 12 cubic yards of truly compostables, 20 cubic yards of recycling, and that was mostly like cardboard and glass, and then only 3 yards of actually garbage, and that tended to be like anything plastic film. And they were able to provide Sonoma food runners with 205 pounds of good leftover food from their event. So I think everybody has lessons to learn from. It's taken them a while to get there, but there are options, and I think we can all learn from that. So great event.
Very nice.
Yeah. That's
Anybody
all I
else?
have.
Let me check with Councilmember Moore. Anything to report this month?
No, thank you, Mayor Lemon.
All right, and I have exactly the report you wanted this time of the evening. I have nothing to report. So that brings us into item 14, public comment on non-action agenda items. And I'll start with our remote viewers and see if we have anybody who would like to comment on non-action agenda items.
Mayor Lenman, we are with 0 Zoom attendees, so that will end public comment.
All right, so the locals win. We have one more person, but we're not approaching the podium, so I will close public comment on non-action agenda items and ask the city manager any information received after the agenda was posted.
Nothing new hasn't already been provided and posted on the website.
Okay. And before we move to adjournment, I just want to take a second and give a thanks to Petaluma Community Access, our camera operators. You know, we often recognize our staff, but we should recognize the people that actually are able to get this image out and do a good job of tracking the movements of the different speakers and hopefully getting all our best sides, whatever they may be. So thank you for your work. It is appreciated. And with that, let's see. We are adjourned with no objection at 10:10. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you on December 13th.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, yes.
Recordings.